Started. Too bad, girl, too bad. Right? Okay, well set. All righty, I will call the March 6th meeting of the Casa Grande Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Everybody please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Erica, would you let the record show all commissioners are present? And any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, commissioners, we have 2 sets of minutes to approve. If it's okay, let's take one at a time. The approval for our regular meeting of February 6th.
I'll make a motion
Yes, sir.
Second?
to approve the minutes of the February 6, 2025 meeting.
All right.
Second.
Vander Heiden, second. Okay, motion to second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then we have the special meeting of the same date.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make that motion
Thank you.
to approve the minutes of the February 6, 2025 special meeting.
Thank you very much. I have a motion.
Second?
Very good. Motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. So next is our consent agenda. So we have one item on our consent agenda, and this item will be enacted with one motion and one roll call vote to the commission. There'll be no separate discussion for this one item unless a commission member or a member of the public so requests to have it removed from the agenda, and then we will hear the full presentation for that particular item. And it is just that one item for all of you in the public that see it, that one item. Is there anybody that wants to see that presented? Yes, sir? Okay. So this one item on the major site plan for the medical office, is that the one we're talking about? Okay. Are we ready? So we'll take that, we'll take that immediately after we do the public comments.
Thank you.
Okay? Very good. So we pulled everything from the consent agenda, so we'll move on to the public comments portion. So this portion is for anybody from the public that would like to make a comment to the commission about anything but what's on our agenda. When each of the items on our agenda, we'll have an opportunity for the public to address if you'd like. But if there's anything else that you'd like to comment to the commission, please step forward, and we'd love to hear from you. Okay? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, and we will begin our new business section with this major site plan, DSA 2400149, for medical office building on 1.5 acres in the Monument Village Planned Area Development. Who's got that one?
That is one of my items tonight.
All right.
All right, good evening, Chair and public. Tonight I will be presenting DSA 2400149. This is the Casa Grande Medical Office Building. It is for a major site plan. Consider a request by David B. Robbins for the major site plan DSA 2400149 to construct an approximately 7,595 square foot medical office building on approximately 1.5 acres of undeveloped land in the Monument Village Planned Area Development. Here's the site. We have Monument Village Circled Drive. Oh, you can't see that. So Monument Plaza Circle here. And the development will sit right in here on this corner lot. Here is the site plan. I've got the building center situated in the center here. There is a loading bay to the north of the building. They'll be expecting mostly medium to large box trucks, but it will have the capacity to take in a full-size semi. It has a frontage on Monument Plaza Circle. They will be adding sidewalks and other right-of-way improvements. So the items that we look at during our review process are here before you. Tonight, I want to take a look at 3 of them. The first one being relationship of the plan elements to conditions both on and off the property. This property is located within the Phase 1, Block 1 area of the Monument Village Planned Area Development, PAD. This section of Monument Village was planned to be Monument Plaza. It was designed to be 32 lots of a half acre or larger for offices or general business uses. The proposed use meets the intent of the land use designation for this portion of Monument Village. The site is currently undeveloped land. There is a single-family residential subdivision development to the west or the rear of this particular site, and the other adjacent lots are currently undeveloped. Like I said before, the site has frontage along West Monument Plaza Circle. It is approximately 900 feet from East McMurray Boulevard in both the east and north directions, and that will come up. So traffic statement was prepared. Oh, the second thing I would like to discuss is the impact of the plan on the existing and anticipated traffic and parking conditions. Traffic statement was prepared for this development and accepted by the city's traffic engineer. The traffic statement estimated that the proposed Casa Grande Medical Office development is anticipated to generate 261 weekday trips, with 26 trips occurring during the weekday AM peak hours and 32 occurring during the weekday PM peak hours. And the required parking has been reviewed by staff and is adequate in type and quantity to meet city parking requirements. So this is a kidney dialysis treatment center. So the majority of their patients will be driven in by a family member or caregiver or some service where they will be there for a few hours while they do their dialysis treatment, and then they will leave the premises. There will be no overnight care. There's no long-term stays. This is simply come in, get treated, and head out type environment. And then building location and height. The proposed medical center has a varying height roof line. The highest building elevation is 25 feet, with the majority of the building having a height between 18 and 22 feet. These heights are under the maximum allowed height for the PAD zone of 35 feet. So they could be 35 feet as zoned, but like I said, they've got a decorative kind of front awning for dropping off and picking up patients, and that's got 25 feet. But the majority of the building sits right between 18 and 20 feet. So public notification was sent out as well as posted in the newspaper. A sign was required and posted at the site. This morning, staff received one email regarding questions regarding the block wall and the building setbacks. They wanted to know if there was some plan by the developer for changes to the block wall, and then what was the building setback. And then later on in this afternoon, I received a phone call from the Silverhawk Community Association with general concerns about any negative effects that this project may have on the adjacent homes. So that's the subdivision development to the west, directly behind this development. Some of the concerns that they specifically stated were concerns about the existing block wall. Should they do some kind of landscape treatment or drainage treatment or anything that the developer might do that may negatively impact the structural stability of the wall, or that may raise the grade so that the 6-foot wall that provides privacy would no longer be quite 6 feet. And that's the valid concern. So, and then the other concerns were privacy. Is that they've got, the homeowners there have a 6-foot block wall. If there were some kind of grade change, that 6 feet could become less, and they want to make sure that that does not become the case. And then possible nuisance light. I believe that there's a street light going in with this, plus the light from the building. So this will provide more light than what is currently there. They did turn in the photometry plan, and that was reviewed and approved. So that meets our standards for light, but it's still a concern. At this time, staff recommend that the Planning Commission approves Major Site Plan DSA 24-00149 to construct the approximate 7,595 square foot medical office building on the approximately 1.5 acres of undeveloped land in Monument Village planned area development. At this time, are there any questions? And I have some extra information if you need it.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, let me back up for you all. The process that we'll be carrying out is generally like you're seeing. We'll have the staff present. The commission will ask the staff some questions. Then we will ask the representative, the developer, or their representative to come forward and hear their comments, and then I will open up for public comments. During those public comments, so that everybody has an opportunity, We'd like you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And if you can, please don't repeat the things that somebody else has already brought to our attention, if possible. And so everybody will have plenty of time. So we're in the middle of that process right now. Is the applicant, their representative here? Would they like to speak to us? Come on up. If you could give us your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Dave Robbins. Address is 2929 North 44th Street,
Okay,
Suite 350, Phoenix, 85018.
okay. Anything you'd like to add?
No, as far as the grades at the block wall, I mean, I can verify those, but I can assure you that we will not raise the grade to where privacy is an issue.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioners, any questions for?
Could you address the neighbors' concerns about the setbacks?
What were the concerns? We have set it back per city ordinance, I believe.
So they are set back 30 feet, which is
Adequate?
adequate.
Okay.
And then the requirement's 30.
Okay, does that,
Okay, just so we don't miss anything that these folks want.
right? Thank you. No, that's great. Anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, now I'd like to open the session for public comments about this particular issue. Anybody from the public would like to address this issue, please come on up to the front. Give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Underwood. I live at 1084 North Desert Willow Street, Casa. Grande. It's in this Silverhawk development that you see to the west side of this property. Thank you for the work you do. I really appreciate Mr. Leonard and the work that he did. I spoke with him this afternoon. He did a very good job. What we would like to do is this looks like a great program, a great build, et cetera, but we would like to be able to have the opportunity that we have not had to discuss our concerns with the developer. They shouldn't be something that would be difficult to do rather than take up your meeting time, because if we do the same thing as a board for the association, we're not looking to spend all night. So if we would be able to speak with Mr. Robbins and kind of work out whatever concerns the neighbors would have, it would be wonderful, and we'd really appreciate that. They have to do with, we have some experience with other developments damaging our property, specifically our walls, leading to things where people's privacy is jeopardized, such as with their wife and daughter out in the swimming pool in the back, and people are standing there looking over a short fence, and the fence being deteriorated because of damage, and also creating violations of city code regarding the fence by the developer. So we would like to avoid those problems and take care of it before they happen rather than deal with them later. So that's really our request.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to address this issue? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. Commissioners, thoughts?
I was just going to ask, did they not do like a little meeting ahead of time for that project at all, or was no neighborhood thing, or?
Let me ask Sam to review with you what the public notification was with the process.
Okay.
So Sam, can you cover that with the commission, please?
Absolutely. So, per city code, we did post notice in the newspaper 14 days prior. So that went out in the Casa Grande Dispatch. Then, in addition to that, a sign, the large yellow public hearing notice sign, that was posted on the site at least 10 days prior as well. And then staff sent out mailers that same 10 to 14 days prior, postcards to everybody who has an address with the Pinal County Assessor's Office that is within 300 feet of the development. Until this time, I had not heard any concerns, so I did not schedule a public meeting in regards to this development.
Gotcha. Okay?
Well, fair enough.
Yes.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Chairman, quick question for Sam.
Yes.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was just going to ask, what's the issue with the fence? I'm not seeing.
So I believe the concern is that with the structure of the concrete, so the two things that either the grade will effectively make the 6-foot wall
Go down?
less thin, or that if you plant too close and that it is not properly sealed, that the water leakage may cause structural damage to the existing fence.
So wouldn't they have done that on their side of the fence too? On the development side?
I would assume so, but I think the concern is that if you don't do it on both sides, then could be a problem.
Is it something we can make a
I believe that
condition
this
to?
should be standard
That's what I was thinking.
landscaping practice,
Yeah,
but I'm not a landscaper, I can't.
gotcha.
Let me ask,
Director.
let me ask Sam a couple of questions, help clarify. Sam, on this project, are they going to build a new block wall along their west boundary, or are they going to use the one for the residential subdivision that exists?
As it is planned, they were going to leave the existing block wall.
Okay.
And
So, and the requirement is for that to be a 6-foot wall, is that true?
that is correct.
Okay. So under our code, if let's say on this site for the kidney dialysis building, if they filled a foot, now that wall is a 5-foot wall. It's no longer a 6-foot wall. We require measurement to the adjacent grade on both sides. So if the issue is, oh, it's not going to be a 6-foot wall because they're going to do fill, we would require them in that case to build a 6-foot wall. Right?
Right.
So they can't adjust the grade, so the wall is no longer 6 foot. So that, now whether or not the irrigation for this landscaping that you see here has any impact on the wall, I can't tell you, right? But like you mentioned, as I look at the neighborhood on the other side, I'm sure there's landscaping on that side of the wall as well. So there may or may not be an irrigation impact with the wall, but the wall height issue, the wall will be 6 feet on both sides.
And I'd like to add one more thing about privacy. On the screen, I have the rear elevation of the proposed building. And so on the top picture, it is the south side. So this would be south away from the development. The bottom one would be the rear. And there's limited windows, and the windows that there are below that 6-foot mark. So it's not as if there is a second story that will have people peeking down, and I can understand that concern. We all don't want people looking over our fences. This building is not designed in such a way that from the inside of the building, that they would be able to do that. And in the landscape plan here, they didn't provide any type of visiting area or green space where you would invite people to come and sit. So again, I don't know that the foot traffic would be very minimal on that side that is adjacent to the fence. And then one more thing about the drainage is that we can see that the detention area and the swales are, so this is tilted, north would be to the right. And it's designed to drain towards the north and towards the street, as the main retention for the development is across McMurray Boulevard. So for them to drain properly, it needs to be moving towards the street. So there are a lot of things already in place that will help limit the chance of any kind of property damage.
Okay. All right. And so
Yeah, I have a quick question. Sam or Paul, maybe you can answer this. Is that typical practice where you're using the existing block wall that surrounds the subdivision rather than having them reconstruct to ensure the integrity of the wall?
Commissioner Garza, that's probably a 50-50 scenario. what we don't want is having, no man's land between two parallel walls, right? So whether or not could they require them to build an adjacent 6-foot wall that was right next to the existing one? You could. What does that offer? I'm not sure. No additional screening, that's for sure, right? But you could require that if you wanted to. It's a cost savings for them to use the existing wall versus building a new one, right? But sometimes they use the existing wall. Sometimes we do additional walls, but typically when we do the additional wall, we require that there's some kind of landscaping that's put on the outside of that wall, and there's like a green area for walking trail or something like that. So it doesn't make much sense to us to have two walls that are just touching each other at the same height.
Exactly. That's what I was wondering.
Okay. Anything else?
And where is the light going to be, this light that they were talking about?
So there will be a traffic or a street light,
Oh, just,
and I believe it's going to be in the front of the building.
Oh, okay.
Off the top of my head, I cannot tell you if it's on the west side or the east side of the road.
I wasn't sure if it was in the back, so.
There should not be any significant, or at least not that I'm aware of, lighting issues coming off the back of the building.
We do require all our lighting fixtures to be full cutoffs and shielded, and so that there's no light trespass off the boundary of the site. That is one of our lighting code requirements.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Good. Very good. Okay.
Okay, with that being
Commissioners,
said,
I think
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that the commission approve major site plan DSA-24-00149 to construct the medical office building.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Alderette?
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden?
Yes.
Member Hubbard?
Yes.
Member Peters?
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza?
Aye.
Chairman Benedict?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good luck with the project. Thank you, sir, for your input.
Thank you,
I
Commissioners.
think it was helpful for all of us to understand. I think it was great. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, we'll consider and have a public hearing for a request from McKinley Horn on behalf of PSC Storage, 4.5 acres, vacant B2 zone property on Florence Boulevard, DSA 24, 184, 185, and 183. Okay, Jim?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. So as you introduced this site, there are 3 applications in front of you this evening pertaining to a proposed storage facility located on what's considered an infill site along the south side of Florence Boulevard, known as PSC Storage. Here we go. The applicant is seeking approval to develop a 4.5 acre site for this facility. A little bit more information about it is it will be interior accessed and climate controlled. It's 3 stories, standing at 35 foot tall. It's a 120,000 square foot building and will be providing 14 parking spaces situated in front of the building. This is a snippet of the proposed building elevations. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more on an upcoming slide, but that top image is what would be seen from view of Florence Boulevard. The middle image is what is seen from the south. This site to the south is bordered by a residential subdivision. And then the bottom image are the two side views, the east and west elevations. It's nice to have an assistant. Thanks. Yeah, so the three applications that we're going to be talking about are a conditional use permit, because the property is within the B2 zone, and self-storage is allowed in the B2 zone, subject to Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit. We're also going to be talking about the major site plan, which is another requirement for development within the B2 zoning that sets forth and illustrates and verifies compliance with the code. And then they also have submitted a preliminary plat to combine portions of previously platted property into one parcel. So I'm going to talk about the conditional use permit first. When considering conditional use permits, there's 4 criteria that have to be evaluated, and the staff report goes into these in greater detail. But the first criteria that we look at is that the site for the proposed use is adequate in size and topography to accommodate the use, and all yard spaces, walls, etc., to ensure that this site properly relates to other land uses within the vicinity. So we're always sensitive about commercial development when next to residential development. As you can see on this aerial, a single-family neighborhood sits to the south. This area is zoned B2, which accommodates a wide variety of commercial uses, from retail to hotel uses, restaurants, etc. Since this site sits internal and not immediately abutting Florence, it does present a challenge, because no one likes to develop retail on those lots because you can't really see it from the street. So self-storage is a really good transitional use between uses found along Florence, which tend to be more intense, and uses further to the south, which are single-family residential uses. This is not known to generate a lot of traffic. A traffic analysis was provided and reviewed by our traffic engineer and found that it has a low trip generation. The properties that are more affected by the traffic are the commercial parcels that sit between this and Florence, because they will be reliant upon, this site will be reliant upon accessing those lots for access to Florence Boulevard. However, there is a recorded access easement in place allowing for that cross traffic. The other nuance to the review criteria associated with conditional use permits for self-storage is there's a unique set of criteria when it pertains to just self-storage within the B2. It has a special set of setbacks. It has special requirements in terms of walls and landscaping, as well as architecture. So in this case, it is required to have a 35-foot front setback. They're providing a 160-foot building setback from their front property line. That would be the north property line. And then the setbacks from residential is required to be essentially 45 feet. They are 62 feet from the southern neighborhood, meeting that requirement. And then again, for a 35-foot tall building, I always look at it as a good relationship is at least 1 foot of setback for every foot of building height. Our code's even greater than that, in that it requires a 45-foot setback from that area, but they're even beyond that at 62. Oh, is it working now? Whew, thank you. The other requirement is landscaping is particular to self-storage. There is a requirement for where adjacent to residential, there needs to be at least a 15-foot landscape buffer, or the height of the building, whatever is greater. So from the south boundary, there is 35 feet of landscaping provided because the building is 35 feet tall. And it does run the entire width of the parcel, even though the self-storage facility only sits towards the eastern, 2/3 of the site. Staff is in agreement with the applicant, and Planning Commission does have the ability to not require landscaping where adjacent to urban ranch property. The area that I highlighted in pink on the west or left side of the site is adjacent to urban ranch zone property. We didn't find that landscaping in that area was particularly necessary because urban ranch is a very low-density residential zone district, and it likely will not develop as an urban ranch zone. In fact, one of my other items this evening is for a zone change on one of those parcels to accommodate another use. So we're comfortable with not putting in landscaping in that western area, and we feel that the majority of the landscape focus should be in the area where it has been provided. There's also some requirements for walls, and really when you look through the self-storage ordinance, that's more so pertaining to self-storage facilities where you have exterior access, the type of storage facilities that we're used to throughout the community that are single-story and have a series of overhead doors that are accessed with an access drive in between the buildings. In this case, the structure itself serves as the walls. So they are relying on the existing subdivision wall to the south for screening. They, just like the site that you heard just before this item, they're not proposing a separate independent wall, but there will be landscaping that sits between that wall and the building. Because to the east it opens onto another shopping center, there wasn't necessarily a requirement for a wall there, and we're not recommending a wall along the west boundary that borders the urban ranch, just simply because, like I said, those lots are likely to develop to a more intense use at a point in the future. And then there are very specifics with regard to elevations for self-storage facilities in the B2 subject to a conditional use permit. There's a lot of verbiage in the code that talks about ensuring that you do not have long planes of blank facades or flat non-undulated facades. And so the applicant provided these elevations to show how the architecture is kept vibrant on all four of the elevations. There was particular focus on the south elevation because that building would be seen by the residential dwellings to the south. So they've utilized a type of architecture that gives the appearance of windows in terms of those grids without them actually being windows, but it adds visual interest as opposed to seeing a blank wall. They've added a mixture of colors to the building. There are cornices above those faux window pop-outs, as you can see, that darker brown horizontal color. And there's also a stacked stone band on the lower portion of all four elevations. And this, again, just shows you what you're looking at here, the front, sides, and back. I'm moving on to the major site plan review criteria. Now, a lot of the criteria associated with the conditional use permit overlaps with the major site plan, so I'm not going to focus on anything that is redundant, but I do want to talk about the conformance with the general plan as well as revisiting the traffic and parking conditions criteria. So with regard to conformance with the general plan, this site sits within the community corridor category. Within the community corridor category, it supports a mixture of uses from intense multifamily residential development to commercial and retail development. Self-storage is considered an appropriate use, especially as a transitional use between, as I was mentioning, more intense uses to the north along Florence and the single-family development to the south. With regard to the anticipated traffic and parking conditions, as I mentioned, this is determined to be a low traffic generator, and the access easement that has been provided does allow 2 access points to get out to Florence Boulevard. I should also note that this has been reviewed by all city agencies, including fire, and that is why there is that circular route around the building. Because of the size of the building, it ensures that there's full coverage in the event of an emergency or a fire. The last item that you're considering associated with this project is the preliminary plat. So this site was originally part of the Granada Fig Farms plat that is 97 years old as of January. And as the city has grown, of course, it has been, portions of it have been replatted because obviously it doesn't look like this layout today, especially along Florence Boulevard. What you're seeing on the screen is a plat that was done about 15 years ago that was a 3-lot plat, but this site actually takes up the southern lot and 2 of those older platted lots to the east. And so that's really what is necessitating a replat. And so the preliminary plat that is submitted essentially just is used to combine not only the 2 parcels as they exist today, but to place this property on its own singular platted lot. And it helps us ensure that there is appropriate connections in terms of access, not only for vehicular travel, but also for utilities. Regarding the notification process, we met that which is required by code. I have not received any comments. However, I do understand that there is someone who has a presentation this evening to speak in opposition of this, but I would be happy to answer any questions regarding that. Regarding the recommendations, there's 3 that you're being asked to consider tonight. The first one pertains to the conditional use permit. Staff is asking for Planning Commission to approve this conditional use permit. There was a typo in the cover sheet memo because it had referenced a assisted living facility, and obviously what you're being asked for here is the self-storage facility. And then we're also asking you to approve the major site plan, subject to a condition requiring that the final plat for this would have to be approved by city council, and kind of the hook for that is that no temporary nor no final certificate of occupancy shall be issued until the final plat has been recorded. And then we're also asking you to approve the preliminary plat. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All righty, thank you. Yes.
I have one. Jim, regarding that elevation that you're showing on that screen right now, you mentioned something about false facade on that. Is there, from what I'm looking at, it looks like 3 individual stories. Are there floors, levels on there then?
There are.
Okay, so, and then what is the access to the top level? Is it all stairs?
The applicant can speak to that. I do not know if there's an elevator, since it's a storage facility and people have a
Right,
lot
yeah,
of
that's what
stuff. I would imagine there are elevators.
That's what I was kind of wondering
Yeah.
there, so. But there are 3 individual floors?
Correct.
Okay. That's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioners? No? All right, in that case, would the applicant or their representative please come forward? Give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Wells Stanwyck, 2404 Beach Ridge Road. Okay, perfect. Firstly, I want to thank staff for everything they've done up to date. You guys have been first class, so thank Jim and his team. You guys have been awesome, and thank you for having us here tonight, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
So to answer your question, we'll have 2 elevators in the building. So typically, they're located right at those 2 front entrances. You bring your stuff in. We have the elevators there so that you can bring your stuff up to one of the 3 floors.
Okay. That's all I need.
Okay. Anything else? Yes.
Yeah, I have one question. In regards to the entrances and exits, he said to Florence Boulevard. Are those particular exits, are they gated?
So as of right now, there's no gates on there because we have to allow cross access through the front parking lot. You can see right there, it goes right across. That's how you get the cross access between the parcels on the west side and the east side. As of right now, no proposed gates though.
Okay.
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 Any other questions for him? All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Now I'd like to open the public portion of this meeting. Anyone that would like to address this issue, please come forward. Come on up. Give us your name and address for the record.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman, and good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Antonio Cortez. I live on 1634 East Crystal Street. You're probably wondering, who's this kid? I am one of the lucky members to live on the street and be affected by this building. And here, I'm just going to overview some of my feedback. Right here, I don't want to get into too many details, but what we know, everything you've already spoken about. The max height, from what I've got from the schematics that you have shared with residents, that would be 35 feet at its highest. And from what I got, it'll be 32 feet south of the building since there's a bit of an incline from the front to the back. Maximum length of 330 feet. And these are all just estimates from my end, but also from schematics I've also got here. Okay. Pressing the Again, just a little bit more detail on the plan here. The buff yard total width is 35 feet, as you disclosed. I found that it's 26 feet for the road. Again, everything's all disclosed, public information, with a 62-foot residential setback. Go ahead, next. Yeah, and so what on my end, what I did is that I used Google Earth, you know, like what you guys do, just put an overlay of the schematics just to get a general idea. And I tried to achieve accuracy with the ruler tool using the guide provided on the paper. And then using a 3D software, I went ahead and recreated the building's south side, just to schematic, you know, just to get a general idea of what this would look like in our area, because it was just bothering me, like, what would it look like, you know? And then, so, yeah, go ahead, next. So, using Google Earth, I'm able to see exactly what this would look like from a residential's point of view. Right here is a simulated view from an impacted resident's backyard. And so, I hope the results speak for themselves. You've discussed it, it is a fairly big building, standing at 35 feet tall. Again, another view from another impact resident's backyard. I'm only here to give feedback because I believe the building's just a little too big for, and obstructive for a lot of residents in the area. Again, here's another simulated view of the impacted residents on East Crystal Street. This could be the view of also residents across the street as well. It's, again, speaks for themselves. And of course, here's a simulated view facing north of North Kimberly Drive and East Melissa Street. I found that the building could also be seen 3 blocks down. So that was just a bit of a concern on my end. And I went ahead and simulated the street view of impacted residents by combining both the real street view map through Google and the simulated one provided through Google Earth, and just to get a better general idea of more realistic outlook of what that would look like. So my main issue, what I'm addressing to you guys, is that I just think the building's too tall. You know, it stands at a maximum height of 35 feet, 32 towards the south. And just as reference, I went ahead and just took the 3D model and started placing it around local buildings in the area, such as Banner Hospital, and it's huge. I mean, I don't know what more I would really want to say. 62 feet behind your house, I just feel like that's just way too obstructive. And of course, you guys have detailed that there will be a landscape buffer that will be planted by trees. And it's just fully obstructed. The houses behind the Dollar Tree have almost double that width compared to us, and I'm just worried that the trees will take forever to grow, and they won't be tall enough or clustered enough to fully obstruct the 3-story self-storage building from residents. Yeah, sorry, I'm going on my time. Another thing just to consider, I'm no expert, but food for thought, sun and wind can impact the residents in the home, of homes. Intense sunlight during the summer could reflect off the 32-foot south wall into yards and houses, glaring sun, we live in Arizona. And that could maybe theoretically raise temps as well for residents. And of course, strong winds brought about by monsoons could affect homes because we do have a lot of gusts that go kind of channel through North Kimberly Drive. And I'm just wondering, again, food for thought, that the wind might kind of have an impact there, maybe like a tunneling effect. And then my last point right here is that lights might be too bright. Nothing was disclosed of how the building will be illuminated, but I'm going to assume that it will be. And I'm just worried that it might be too bright for residents, many who have bedroom windows facing the south side of the building.
All right.
And my last slide is next. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Well done. Good presentation. Yeah. Anybody else like to address this issue? Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public portion and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners.
I have a question for Jim.
Yes, please.
So, Jim, can you explain why the buffer why it's so large on the front and not the back? Is it just because of that weird chamfer parking situation with the trash enclosure for the other lot? Or was there a reason why they kept the buffer so large in the front?
So I was wondering that too, because on one of the screens it showed that there's a 160-foot setback from the front property line, whereas there's only a 62 feet setback from the rear. The applicant may be able to better explain it because I'm going off of my memory from earlier discussions, but I think there's some encumbrances on the front part of the lot where specific utilities cross, because there is a utility line that's coming from the east, going from east to west, and so, or a sewer line, I should say. So there might have been some utility issues that largely
Position the building that far
exactly.
back. Okay. The dollar store to the east has a height of what?
I would have to check, but it's not a 3-story structure, of course.
Okay, that's what I was wanting.
Right.
Yeah. I can't remember.
I don't want to guess and be wrong. It's probably because it's a big box retail. It's probably 23, 24.
Okay.
And how high is Walmart?
It's
A little bit further
probably
over.
the same.
Like,
I mean, I can get all that
Yeah, that's what I
information
mean.
for
How-
you, but
is it 3 stories high too?
the Walmart,
Or is it 2?
well, it's just a floor to ceiling structure, but I don't know what I know they have pretty tall ceilings in there, but.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, could the owner representative come forward again? You're not him.
I wasn't around when the fig farms were on this property. I'm Rick Miller. Address is 1559 East Brenda Drive. I'm representing the landowner.
Thank you.
Who is actually in escrow to sell the property to this applicant. Been advising the applicant and the landowner through this process. And I think your planning staff has done a remarkable job on assisting with the design of this site to mitigate the concerns. Now, the graphics that you've seen, I applaud the young man who stood up here and worked really hard to share some images. I don't know that those images are going to necessarily look like that. From the none of those show the landscaping and the landscape buffer that will soften the appearance of the back of the building. The applicant is not requesting any deviations from your existing zoning code. We're at a conditional use permit allowing, to requesting a use that really has very low impact. From, as has been stated, from a traffic standpoint, you probably couldn't ask for a better neighbor in terms of the intensity of the use, as James has mentioned before. I will tell you that in talking to the owner, he just spent $1,000 cleaning up a homeless camp that was in the back there in the retention area. This is a blighted area. It's very difficult property because of, as James has mentioned, it is a infill property. You know, you're not going to find too many uses back there that would need the exposure to the Florence Boulevard frontage. But you know, you could have uses that are higher or 35 feet without a conditional use permit. I think James mentioned before, you could potentially have a hotel or other facilities within that zoning district that would be far worse in terms of the intensity of the use and the impact that it might have on the adjoining neighborhood. I think the applicant has done a tremendous job in working with the planning staff to minimize the visual look of a long blank wall. Again, a lot of that can be mitigated through the landscaping. And you know, I really don't have anything more to add to the comments. I think the planning staff has done a great job in mitigating the concerns that have been addressed today. Again, I'm not sure that the images that you're looking at, I mean, if you were looking down on an aerial photograph of this facility, it would look monstrous, you know, compared to the neighbors that are next door. You know, there are other properties like this where you have commercial, abutting residential, and we do the best we can to mitigate those concerns through setbacks. And their setback is far greater than the city code requires. And again, they're going to put plenty of landscaping. Can't move the building forward because of the cross-access easements that was asked. Cross-access easements are there. The parking is to the front. All the circulation to this building is to the front. There really be no access for anyone to the rear, creating any kind of a neighborhood concern other than potentially an emergency vehicle that might need to get back there in the case of the fire. That's why the fire lane is back there in the back. Happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Yes.
Let me ask a question to Jim, but stay up there, Rick, just in case. As far as the landscape planting requirement, what size tree do they need to plant initially when they do their construction?
15 gallon.
Okay.
Now, Planning Commission can add a condition, because this is a conditional use permit, to require a larger size planting. The preliminary landscape plan is all that we have at this time. Their next step, should this be approved, is to submit a final landscape plan where it can be fine-tuned. And I would, as the reviewer of the final landscape plan, have the discretion to suggest some things that could augment it a little bit more, even without a condition per se. For example, immediately to the south of the building, there may be some opportunity to add some more plantings. So on the other side of that fire access drive, just to provide some plantings right in front of the building. I don't know if that's being, I know it looks visually like a sidewalk, so that might not be practical, but I, as the reviewer of that, might have them add additional materials in certain places.
We did something similar, I think, with the hotel property at the promenade, increasing the size of the planting requirement. I can't remember if that was it, but I was just thinking that would be a good compromise, is planting something a little more substantial initially so we don't have to wait 5 years for it to grow.
I can't speak for the applicant or the developer, but I would think that if James is looking for a little larger box-type tree, that would be a reasonable accommodation that can be made.
I know.
That's my suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll get into that when you get to a motion. We
Sure.
need to know how to describe it. Okay, any commissioners, anything else for the applicant's representative? All right, thank you. All right,
Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Be great.
I'd like to make a motion to approve DSA 2400183, the preliminary plat request. I was going in order for the number.
Yep. So, the conditional use permit would be first, preferably, or does it matter?
We can do the plat first, since you made a motion.
Okay.
Plat can go.
That'd be fine. Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion is second. Any more discussion on the preliminary plat? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. All right.
Chairman,
Commissioners? Yes.
I'll make a motion to this, I'm assuming this is the motion that doesn't need the planting requirement, but motion to approve the conditional use permit and its associated resolution to allow self-storage facility DSA 2400184.
Okay.
Second.
If we're wanting to change the landscaping, would that be major site plan appropriate or the conditional use? Attorney?
I think you can do it at the conditional use. Make it a
Okay.
condition of the approval of the use.
So, your motion, would you
Oh,
like to
man.
add? So what would be
Was
the
hoping
way,
for the
so
easy
staff,
one.
what would be the way to describe a
So,
bigger
I mean,
plant?
there's various sizes of trees, and there's 15 gallon, which is what the code currently requires as the minimum, but then the next size up is 24 inch, and that refers to the box that it comes in, and then the size up from that, and it starts getting, because it comes that much further matured, is 36 inch.
Okay, so 24 or 36?
Do we know how
24
high?
sounds reasonable.
So,
Okay, let me
do you want
do
to
another
change your motion?
Yes, I'll amend my motion. Motion to
No,
approve.
don't amend it, just change your motion.
Motion to approve the conditional use permit and associated resolution to allow the self-storage facility DSA 2400184 with the condition of the planting on the southern border be 24-inch box landscape.
Second?
Second.
All right. Okay, I have a motion and a second. With that condition, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. All right, we got one more.
Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve major site plan DSA 2400185, subject to the following condition.
Okay. I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate your input. That was helpful in the discussion. Hopefully, some of the changes we can make that we've been able to add will be helpful in living together, living with what's coming. Thank you. All right, next. We will consider and have a public hearing on a request by Maxwell Engineering on behalf of Riley Rasmussen, a 2-acre property west of the terminus of East Crystal Street, otherwise known as, okay, so a zone change, conditional use permit, major site plan, preliminary plat. I think, Jim, I think that's you, Jim, yes?
Well, so what was nice about this is I got to use a lot of the same aerial imagery as my last presentation. So this is a request to accommodate an assisted living facility, otherwise known as a group home use within the city code. To develop the proposed assisted living facility, there's 4 applications that I'll be discussing this evening. The applicant is seeking approval to develop this assisted living facility on a 2-acre site, and it would be for senior residents with memory challenges. I'll just walk through this a little bit. It's going to mirror the development that already exists to the south. It's the same agency, same company. But they are proposing the construction of 2 single-story buildings that will each be just over 9,000 square feet in size. There would be a total of 32 units accommodating for the inpatient residency. The buildings stand at 23 feet in height, but are single-story, and they are proposing 36 parking spaces. As you can see, this is yet another infill site that would get its access via East Crystal. The existing site to the south gets its access via Valerie, and this site would get its own access through Crystal. However, between the north site and the south site, they are identifying and proposing an access drive behind the buildings to link the 2 sites together for internal circulation of the properties. These applications are required to consider this facility a zone change because the property is currently zoned urban ranch. Urban ranch zone does not allow this type of use. So the requested zone district is R2, similar to or identical to what the property to the south is zoned. Within the R2 zone, group homes are still not permitted by right. They're subject to a consideration of a conditional use permit. So that's the other application being considered this evening. And then third, we have consideration of the major site plan, which approves for the actual location of the buildings and parking and drainage, et cetera. And then this site also is subject to a preliminary plat because it falls within that old Granada Fig Farms subdivision. So a little bit about the zone change. As I said, this property currently is zoned urban ranch. As you can see, there is some existing urban ranch to the west. Thank you. I was actually wondering if the map is wrong and it's urban ranch to the north. I believe that is. But that aside, there is that sliver of property to the west. It's not owned by these developers, but that would be the last remaining strip of urban ranch to the west, should this zone change be approved. And then you have B2 at least to the northeast, and then you do have a single-family residential zone to the east. And then it's also encompassed by the Fiesta Grande RV Resort Planned Area Development Zone. Staff is recommending 2 conditions of record associated with the zone change should you opt to forward a recommendation to City Council to approve this zone change. And these are the same conditions that were placed on the R2 zone property that sits to the south to accommodate the existing senior living facility. The first recommended condition is that any principally permitted use for this property shall be limited to single-family homes meeting R2 zoning standards. And the second condition is that conditional uses that are submitted or requested, the only ones of those that are allowed on the property shall be limited to assisted living or nursing homes meeting R2 zoning standards. When reviewing zone changes, there's 3 criteria that are looked at, and they're all centered around compliance with the city's general plan. This property sits within the community corridor land use designation of the Casa Grande 2030 general plan, And there is a specific guiding principle found that states support development or vacant infill lots that can be efficiently and effectively served by municipal services. This is a great use for a lot that has some access challenges. It is a type of development that can primarily get its access from a local street, so it really wouldn't be conducive to support an intense use. But as an assisted living facility that's providing inpatient residency for memory challenged individuals, it's very low traffic other than deliveries to the site, the staff, and any guests. And the architecture is very compatible with the single-family residential to the east. This is an example of one of the two existing buildings, and this site proposes similar architecture with that craftsman style. It has features that look or relate to a residential building, and it's all single story. A rezoning conforms to the general plan if it proposes densities and intensities within a range of identified uses of the general plan. So what this section relates to is, again, compatibility. Community corridor is designed to accommodate fairly high density development, but this is a nice upper medium density type development. The third criteria that we look at with regard to a zone change is that it's necessary and proper at this time to meet the land use needs of the residents of the city. So Copper Sky Assisted Living is seen as providing a valuable service to citizens with memory impairment. And it accomplishes this in a tucked away setting, which provides a great use for this challenged property. And like I mentioned on the previous screen, it really wouldn't be appropriate for more intense uses. So this is considered an ideal fit. I'm moving on to the review criteria associated with the conditional use permit. So conditional use permits are subject to these criteria, and the staff report goes into these in greater detail. But I do want to talk about how this site relates in size to adjacent properties. So they are providing a setback of 115 feet from the residential neighborhood to the east. And again, with it being low profile, it blends into the surrounding area very well. And most of their landscape treatment is provided in between the existing residences and these dwellings. There is a condition that we are recommending associated with this conditional use permit, and it does have to do with impact on adjacent properties. As a result of our public notice efforts, we did receive a comment from a resident who lives on Christina Street. It's the street right in the middle. That street does not have access to this site. It's blocked off. And what they observed is as traffic goes to the existing facility, they get lost because they have the perception that all streets go through. They meander through the neighborhood. They don't make it down to Valerie. But what happens is they end up just parking at the end of the streets and walking to the facility. They had observed that there's plenty of parking, but instead of just driving on the correct street, they park at the end of it. So there is a recommended condition that signage indicating local traffic only or similar verbiage be placed at appropriate intersections in this neighborhood per the review of the Public Works Department. And when looking at it, both Crystal and Valerie are the only two east-west streets here with access to Arizola. So I think what the problem is, some of that problem might be mitigated now that both streets will have connectivity to this development. But in the event that this traffic is taking these other roads, we felt that maybe some street information signage might be helpful. The other recommended condition is that the conditional uses allowed on this property shall be limited to assisted living facilities or nursing homes meeting R2 standards. When reviewing major site plans, I'm moving on to the third application, these are the criteria that gets evaluated. Now, a lot of the criteria are repetitive with what I covered on the other two applications, so I'm only going to focus on the building location and the landscaping, which I already kind of touched on, but here's another rendition of the building elevations for the facility. And then this is a breakdown. The table below shows you how they're complying with setbacks. As you can see, the required setbacks from the east, south, west, and north are all much smaller than the provided setbacks that are in bold. They're more than meeting the required minimum setbacks. And then in the requested R2 zone district, the maximum height is 28 feet, and they are coming in at 23 feet. With regard to the landscaping, as I mentioned on the other side, the majority of the landscaping is being placed between the existing single-family dwellings in this development to add a good buffer, but they are meeting the landscape code. There was a typo in my staff report where I indicated 1 tree and 3 shrubs for every 3 parking spaces, but it's actually 2 trees. But based on what they're providing, they do meet the required trees and plants. And the minimum open space requirement is 10%, and they're providing 24%. The last application to be considered is the preliminary plat. This also sits within that Granada Fig Farms, and the replat will place the portions of lots 10, 11, and 14 of block 7 into one lot, but they're also requesting an abandonment of the west half of the public right-of-way that's adjacent to the site. When the single-family development to the east developed, they had vacated their half portion of that right-of-way. And so it originally was a 40-foot right-of-way. It now sits at 20 because of the abandonment with that single-family residential development. This just abandons the other half. And the same was done for the development to the south. So that yellow reflects that. When reviewing preliminary plats, we make sure that it conforms, that the pre-plat is effectively addressing issues with zoning and adequacy of drainage accommodations and access and other infrastructure. We found that this addressed all of that. There is a small technical modification that the applicant is aware of and is able to address with regard to showing and reflecting that that public right-of-way to the south has been abandoned. The notification procedures met, which is required by city code. I do want to point out that at the outset of this project, public notification was sent not only to owners of property within 300 feet, but all of the owners of property along Crystal Street, since that was the street that was going to see an uptick in traffic accessing this site. And that is, at that time is when we had received the one inquiry by the resident on Christina Street. So there's 4 recommendations that Planning Commission is being asked to consider this evening. The first is staff is asking that you forward to City Council a recommendation to approve this zone change with the 2 conditions of record that are on the screen. We're also asking that you approve the conditional use permit subject to these 2 special conditions. And one, of course, is it's subject to council's approval of the zone change. And then the third recommendation is with regard to the major site plan. And then the fourth is the preliminary plat. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
I have one.
This one, yes, sir.
Jim, that property to the west, it's gonna be even more isolated than it is right now, but apparently nobody cares. Or nobody's spoken up to you, or,
When the site to the south developed, we secured an access easement across the south portion of that property. So it's basically like a projection of Valerie Street
okay.
to the southern corner of that parcel. But you're right, it's a very awkward parcel. It's not very wide and it's very long. But as an urban ranch zone, it could develop into residential lots. They can't be smaller than 1.25 acres.
So it would probably make more sense for Fiesta Grande to just
Yeah.
pick that up and extend over there. And
Yes,
because there's gonna be an access problem coming in off of Florence to begin with. So-
right, exactly.
All right, well, we'll just let her be then. Okay.
Isn't that the mortuary?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're just having a discussion about the building north, the northwest of that kind of catty cornered. Is that not the
Mortuary.
Mortuary?
Yeah, mortuary.
Okay, and then the other question, so that's brought up. So this access on the south end of the other it looks like the building encroaches on the roadway. If you look at Valerie and take it across there, it looks like I mean, and this
So
is not a
it's not
problem
a
for
public-
us for this issue, but it may be a problem in the future, I guess.
So Valerie is a 44-foot wide right-of-way, but the easement that was granted to the parcel to the west is much narrower. It's just a private cross-access easement.
Okay.
But it's wide enough for local traffic and fire department access.
Got you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Helps my mind, but doesn't address this issue. And you say there's so we're gonna do cross-access on,
Still in Valerie.
well, but between the two lots, north and south, is on the west side, up against the west boundary, and not one on the east boundary.
Correct. You can kind of see it in this drawing where that, if you go to the
Yep.
west end of the site, the drop down of a leg of asphalt tying into the access drive that sits behind the southern buildings. It does cause the existing retention basin that is provided on the north end of the south site to be modified, but the drainage report that was provided with this development has demonstrated that that drainage basin can be modified slightly to accommodate that drive access.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Would the applicant or their representative please come forward to address the commission? Give us your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Maxwell, 238 West Bobcat Court, Casa Grande.
Very good.
I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but I think Jim covered the project very well, and I don't have anything in specific to add.
Okay. Commissioners, anything?
Nope.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now, we will open the public portion of the meeting for this issue. Anybody from the public like to address this issue, please come forward. Give us your name and address. Again, please keep your comments to 3 minutes as much as you can. Thank you.
Lou Berber, 1641 North Cadota
Hold that.
Avenue.
Pull that microphone down so we can be sure that we can hear you.
Lou Berber, 1641 North Cadota Avenue. And I just have a question. Going back to the storage room, it was mentioned that on the west, there would be no landscaping requirements because that adjacent area is urban ranch. But now we're proposing to change that to R2. So is there not a conflict there? And that is my question.
No, I don't think we're not changing that.
No, I can answer. It's a great question. So it technically, that application was heard first, so it's still urban ranch at the time of that site's approval. But even if this was had been zoned R2, if you notice towards the north portion of the site, of this proposed site, they're proposing a landscape basin. So that area of the site is a large open space area that will be abutting that's the leg of the site that abuts the storage facility. So there still is, we're okay with the fact that the storage facility's not putting in landscaping right there because it's going to abut the drainage retention area of that R2 lot.
Okay,
Good question.
very good. Anyone else like to address this issue? Great.
My name's Al Farr. I live on 16.
Go ahead and pick that up so
Okay, again,
we
again.
can hear you.
Okay.
Don't want to miss
Al
it.
Farr, 1599 East Crystal. Okay, you have a huge piece between the memory care center and the center, the storage lot. What's that going to be? That little dog leg that comes out and touches the two pieces. Because right now it's a drainage retention pond.
Can I see the? Okay, so you're talking about right there?
Yeah, no, go to your right. That's a drainage pond right there, retention pond.
Right, it's retention on the storage facilities development.
Okay, so that's the storage facility, but it's going to remain a
Correct.
retention pond.
Yes.
Question?
Yeah.
Got it.
All right, thank you. Good point. Okay, did anybody else like to address this issue? Okay. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I'd like to make a recommendation to approve the zone change from UR to R2 for DSA 2400135 with the two conditions of a record.
Okay, I have a motion for the zone change. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Very good. Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, that's a
Yes, sir.
motion to forward a recommendation
Yes.
to city council to approve the zone change, right?
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Okay, we good? Motion second? Very good. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. Okay, commissioners,
Continue on.
that'd be great.
Move to approve the conditional use permit and forward the resolution to City Council for DSA 2400136, subject to two conditions of record there, special conditions.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second?
Just be clear, this one doesn't go
Yes,
to,
Mark?
this
Yeah,
one doesn't
please.
go to city council.
Yep.
It's just a motion to approve.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that's what I heard.
Yep.
No, please, please, feel free to. All right, any discussion on the motion? Please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. All right,
Continue on.
sure.
Move to approve the major site plan, DSA 2400137, a positive recommendation to the council. Approval to the zone change from UR to R2.
Second.
Okay. Subject to, yeah. Good. Mark, you making a comment?
Move to approve?
Move to approve.
I'm
You
just
say
reading it,
subject to the
yeah,
condition.
I'm reading it the way it
Oh,
says.
Subject to the condition is what you're talking, okay,
Well,
perfect.
so yeah, this condition that the city council approve the zone, that's the way I heard it. Very good. I got a motion and a second, I believe. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. All right, one
We'll
more.
finish it. Board of City Council, a recommendation to approve the preliminary plat DSA 2400138, subject to the following text. I missed, right one?
We're on this last one.
No, the last one, we are approving. Move to approve.
That's what I thought I said. Somebody else make the motion. That's what I thought I said. I'm forwarding City Council and move to approve the preliminary plat.
We're not forwarding to city council.
What are we doing?
We approve it here.
Number 4.
Move to approve.
I read it the first time. Okay. Move to approve the preliminary plat request, DSA 2400138, with the technical modification below.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I got a
Second.
motion and a second. Appreciate that. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes?
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, Member Vanderhayden.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did good.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for struggling through. They all can be.
So there's like 6 of them.
We appreciate you.
All right. Carry on or take a break? Take a break? Okay. Been going at this an hour and a half. We'd like to take a 5-minute break, and then we will reconvene.
I can see.
we lost Sam. Sam? Because he's next.
There he is.
Oh, he's got a
We have
smoke.
smoke break.
No worries. You're worth waiting for. Why are you laughing? That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay, like to reconvene the meeting, and we are on Sam's. We'll be considering a major site plan and conditional use permit for Brian Morris, R.A. Morris Group at Peters Road and Burris Road, DSA 240055 and 54. Sam, talk to us.
Excellent. Good evening again. We're here to hold a public hearing and consider the following request by Brian Morris, R.A. Morris Group, on approximately 8.06 acres at the northeast corner of Peters Road and Burris Road. There is a major site plan to construct a 50,564 square foot pre-engineered steel frame building for the storage and distribution of chemicals, and a conditional use permit and associated resolution for the storage and distribution of hazardous materials. The CUP and major site plan request is for a new greenfield, single-story, pre-engineered steel building for the storage and distribution of hazardous chemicals. The business operation will receive bulk chemicals and then repackage the materials for distribution to end users. There will be a 2-level office space for administration functions within the single-height building, along with a 9-bay loading dock area. Most of the building will be used for chemical storage. Here is a close-up of the site. As you can see, there's Burris Road, there's Peters Road. It is currently a undeveloped vacant lot. Here is a really big picture of the site plan. I apologize for that. And at this point, I believe that they are only building building A, and that building B is a future plan. And you've seen this a couple times tonight, conformance with city code. Here's the list of criteria. I'm going to focus on these first 3. Conformance with the city's general plan. This use is in conformance with the general plan of 2030. The general plan designation for the site is manufacturing and industry, which supports both the I-2 zone and the proposed use. And you can see here that it is deep within and centralized in this general plan designation for manufacturing and industry. And then I want to talk about the conformance to the city's zoning ordinance. The proposed use is located within the I-2 General Industrial Zoning District and requires a conditional use permit. The plan does conform to all of the I-2 zoning standards set forth within the zoning code. And again, this is kind of centralized deep inside the I-2 zone. So there's not as much concern with less intense adjacent uses. It is I-2 on all 4 sides and then some. And the third thing I wanted to look at was the pedestrian and vehicular ingress and egress. This site is proposed to have a drive access along West Peters Road. They will be providing a sidewalk along the Peters Road frontage. The planned gated vehicle access along the there is 2 planned gated accesses on the north side of the development, which when Center Avenue is completed, then those gates will be opened up, those roads will be finished, and there will be access to Center Road in the north. Along Peters Road, they will be putting in a right turn in and right turn out along the westbound lane of Peters Road. So it will taper down to where they can enter on the north side here. So they'll come in here, it tapers in, they can enter here, and it'll be a right turn out, and it will taper back into, so they will be adding a new lane along that westbound for the deceleration and then the acceleration back onto Peters Road. And that will end at the, or just before the Burris Road connection there at the intersection. The conditional use permit. A conditional use permit is required per city code regarding those uses involving the storage, utilization, or the manufacture of volatile or explosive materials or products. And one of the major functions of the proposed development is, in fact, the storage and repackaging of certain hazardous materials. So it does require that conditional use permit. So there are the 5 requirements for conditional use permits. I'd like to focus in on number 2 for sure. As you can see, there is more information in the staff report detailing each of these criteria, and they have all been met. I did go into them. That the site for the proposed use relates to the streets, highways adequate in width and pavement type to carry the quantity and the kind of traffic generated by the proposed use. So the site is adjacent to South Burris Road to the west and Peters Road along the south, both of which are adequate to carry the quantity and kind of traffic generated by this use. Both these roads are adequate to carry the expected type and quantity of traffic that will be created by this proposal. A right-of-way dedication and improvements are required for portions of both Burris Road and West Peters Road. So let me go into the site is proposed. Okay, got that one. But the site is proposed use of adequate size and topography and accommodate the use that all yards, spaces, walls, fences, parking, loading, and landscaping are adequate to properly relate to the use with the land uses and vicinity. So if I can go back to the site plan here, it's a large site. Buildings are centrally located. The building meets all of the required setbacks. It has sufficient parking. The grading and the drainage and all that has been reviewed and approved by our engineers. The traffic engineers have approved the road design as it is. That the proposed use will have no adverse effect on the abutting properties. The abutting properties, 3 are undeveloped land at this point, and the other one is also I-2. So we got an I-2 to the south. I believe that is the yogurt factory. Oh, that is Tractor Supply to the south there. So this should not have any significant impact on those current uses. It is in conformance with the general plan as we've previously discussed, and that the conditions stated in the approval are deemed necessary to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. And the condition being that all chemical wastes need secondary containment from the entering floor drains, sanitary sewer, and/or stormwater. No industrial process wastewater discharges are allowed without obtaining an industrial discharge permit. Any wastewater containing FOG, which is fats, oils, grease, and grit, must pass through a grease interceptor or sand oil interceptor that is adequately sized and maintained according to the City of Casa Grande pre-treatment regulations. Interceptors need to have a pumping, cleaning record and are subject to annual inspections. So yes, they are processing and handling hazardous materials, but this condition requires that they meet all safety and health and welfare requirements to handle those chemicals. Public hearing notification was sent out as is prescribed by code. Our staff has received no inquiries or comments about this proposal. So at this time, staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the conditional use permit and associated resolution DSA 24-00054 for the storage and distribution of hazardous materials in an I2 zone district with the following conditions, which I've read before. And staff is also recommending that the Planning Commission approve the major site plan DSA 24-00055 to construct a 50,000 square foot, 50,564 square foot pre-engineered steel frame building for the storage and distribution of chemicals. Any questions?
commissioners, questions for staff? A lot of silence. Okay, no questions for staff. Would the owner or their representative please come forward and address the commission?
Good evening, Brian Morris, 937 West Sherry Drive, Gilbert, Arizona, 85233.
Hi, I'm Rich Williams. My address is 19820 North 7th Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona. I'm the owner and Brian is our architect.
I have nothing further to add myself. Good job, Mr. Leonard. Appreciate the effort you put in there. So open for questions.
Just on the, question on the transportation stuff, what kind of vehicles are we transporting?
For
Box
the
trucks
for the
or-
18-wheeler trucks,
Okay.
basically. Yep.
Not tanker type things, just box type trucks?
No, box trucks.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no outdoor storage container.
Right, okay.
Okay. Anything else from you guys? Okay, couple of questions. Do you have an idea about the number of employees that you'll have?
Yes, we anticipate starting out with about 20 employees at the site, and if we end up going to 2 shifts, that could double, so
Okay.
go up to around 40.
And it's over one shift, right?
Yeah.
8 to 5, one shift.
And then, he mentioned about the plan we're approving has 2 buildings, but your initial, only building 1, is that?
Yeah,
Let me get that.
let me clarify just a little bit on this image that you see here. That's actually the first phase building. So it is one building physically, but based on our occupancy types and what we're doing in there, we have to separate that building with a 4-hour rated firewall.
Good.
And that's why you see the AB in there, because by code definition, it is 2 buildings, independent structures. Looks like one building,
Sure.
but it's 2. So there is a phase 2, and that's the open space there to the north.
Okay, any idea when you'd be adding that, what the employee count would be at that point? Just so we have some kind of, I know it's projections, but I just.
Yeah, the employee count probably wouldn't double, but it would go up maybe 25% when we added that section, the next, up close to 50,000 square foot. And we don't really have a plan to do that as of yet.
Okay.
We just want the space to do it.
Then, again, for my edification, I guess, this description was, storage and redistribution, are you repackaging?
Yeah, storage and distribution.
Help us understand what's going on.
So we're a semiconductor chemical supplier, distributor, and so we bring bulk products in, truckload quantities of, let's say, cases or drums or totes of chemicals that are used in the semiconductor process, and then break those out and to deliver to different clients in Arizona. So, you bring truckloads in and you take small loads out to deliver to clients.
Okay.
And those could be anywhere from gallon bottles to drums to totes.
Okay, then they mentioned about the concerns about getting into our drains, and any comments that you'd make about that?
That seems to be applying an open use type of situation. So there is no anticipation of chemicals ever making it to a drain. We do have secondary containment as prescribed by the building code, and that's to accommodate any accidental spill that might occur. We don't anticipate it, but the code requires us to accommodate that.
Sure. Yes, we would like you to be ready for that.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Lots of safety provisions designed in.
Okay, and then did I read the traffic count right? We're talking about 70 trucks a day? Does that sound right?
No, that'd be awesome, but I don't think so. I think it'll be more like around 20, and that would be like a huge day.
Okay. All right, traffic impact statement estimated 36 weekday AM and 39 weekday PM. So we're planning on you doing a whole lot more,
Well, that would be awesome.
well, maybe. Okay, and they're being shipped out of the same, in an 18-wheeler.
Yes. Yeah, some of it will go LTL over the country, but a lot of our materials are just sold right here in Arizona. So we have our own local trucks that do those, usually smaller, like 42-footers, but the trucks coming in are typically like going to be the 52, 53-foot
Right.
full-size trucks you see running around.
Okay. I think I've grilled you a little bit there. I appreciate you answering all my questions. I'm trying to get comfortable with the idea of shipping in a bunch of chemicals and fluffing them around, then shipping them right back out. And in particular, you know, we've got challenges about where our semis are driving, and part of that is our fault. I mean, it's geography is a big piece of it, but it's concerning, I think, to us about the kind of truck traffic and where it's going, and then I start thinking about, okay, here's semi trucks full of chemicals, and driving down Pinal, and which is a huge thoroughfare for us, and so I'm just trying to get, I generally want you to do what you need to do with your property, particularly when it helps our economy, but this one is concerning to me because of just.
Yeah, I'd be happy to discuss our safety record or the qualifications that we have as a company, the audits that we go through, safety audits. There's probably 6 or 7 different companies that have to come out, or don't have to, but we have to hire to come out to make sure that we're doing everything right environmentally, transportation-wise, storage, everything. So
well,
we've been in business for about 25 years now doing this.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So is the trucking operation done by a third party, or is it done by you all?
We own our own truck fleet, but the majority of the trucking will be probably outside trucks coming in. So
Okay.
LTLs and full truckloads coming in.
And I'm assuming you don't have like a truck route that you have identified as far as how they'll reach the interstate?
Actually, the city has asked us to direct traffic a certain way. I can't think of what it is right now, but to Thornton, yes.
Thank you. We built a nice road for you.
Yeah.
Please use it.
So we're going to do our best. Obviously, we're not in the truck with the driver, but we'll do our best to direct them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's an ongoing challenge, and it, it's not his fault that we have the road the way it is, but it's concerning. It's concerning to us, and we appreciate you. Appreciate you're interested in being in our community. We want to meet the challenges together. And any other questions? I'll shut up, quit rambling on about it. Okay, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate all the help.
Thank you. Now I'd like to open the public portion of this for this issue, and anybody from the public like to address this issue, please come forward. Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. Not the meeting, for this issue. Bring it back to the commission.
Well, go ahead.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
That'd be great.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
The conditional use permit.
Yeah, approve the conditional use.
Actually,
permit,
both.
Associated resolution DSA 240004 for the storage and distribution of hazardous materials in an I2 zone district with the following conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'm struggling a little bit, again, as I had expressed. I don't know how we get more comfortable with these kinds of issues, and anyway, I'm struggling. Glad you all are feeling okay. Any other discussion?
Well,
Yes.
we are becoming the semiconductor capital in in the country here in Arizona, so we all have to play our part and be accommodating to these people that are coming in. And I know we all have the concerns of traffic and safety, and as long as they're willing to abide by all of that, and I'm sure they're experienced in that, then, I'm good with it.
Yeah, but well said. I think, I think we all love that kind of a, of an idea. Just,
I know.
all the chemicals are down here and the plants are up there, and, that's
Well,
it's a challenge.
We're playing our part.
Our part. You're exactly right, Mr. Peters. Well said. Any other comments? Okay. Where am I at? Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Okay, very good. So, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Well, we've approved it. I appreciate Mr. Peters' comments about it, and we'll vote aye. We have
Thank you very
another
much.
one. Yeah, we got another one. Not 5 of them, but just one more. Somebody want to do it? Somebody do it.
He's rolling.
Roll, buddy.
I'll make a motion to approve major site plan DSA 240005.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have conditions? Okay. Any discussion on this? All right, please call the roll.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Aldred,
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden,
Yes.
Member Hubbard,
Yes.
Member Peters,
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza,
Aye.
Chairman Benedict.
Yes. Okay. That's all approved. Next, we'll consider a forwarded recommendation to City Council on the Florence Boulevard Design Concept Report from Mr. Tice. Talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So this evening, we'd like to present to you the Florence Boulevard Corridor Design Concept Report. Or we might refer to it as the DCR, Design Concept Report. And so the first thing I'd like to say is what this document is exactly as the name implies. It's a design concept. It's a design concept that, if approved, will be further developed into what we'll call civil design plans, the actual design for different segments of Florence Boulevard to enhance the appearance and functionality of the whole corridor. So the project, the DCR, does cover Florence Boulevard all the way from I-10 to Arbor. It doesn't quite go to Pinal, but it goes to Arbor. And so I'm going to talk a little bit of an overview of how we got here and some of the stakeholder process that we've gone through and the changes we've made as a result of that process. And then I'm going to hand it over to our consultants from J2 to give you a little bit more detail on the design details embedded in the design concept report. In the end, after you hear the presentation this evening, we're going to ask you to vote to make a recommendation to City Council to approve this document. And it is scheduled to be considered by City Council at their meeting on April 7. So how did we get here? What's the genesis for this project? And the genesis actually started about, I'm going to say about 6 years ago, with when the city brought in something called the Technical Advisory Panel from the Urban Land Institute. And that panel was experts in various aspects of urban development and land development, came down and looked at our downtown area specifically, and areas surrounding our downtown, and we're making recommendations on ways to invigorate our downtown and improve the environs of it. And really, 3 recommendations came out of that study and that process that related directly to Florence Boulevard. The first is that they recommended that we create a stronger connection between our historic downtown and the adjacent Florence Boulevard corridor. And I'm going to bump down to number 3 before I go to number 2, to also create an entryway feature that welcomes people to downtown Casa Grande. So the design idea here is to link our kind of historic and we'll call it our boutique downtown to the commercial corridor adjacent to it in Florence Boulevard. And so we did that, and we did that initially with our general plan. And in our general plan, we created a downtown land use category for the first time, and we expanded and we included in that downtown category not only our historic downtown, but the adjacent areas of Florence Boulevard between Brown and Arbor, and we extended it even a block or 2 north of Florence to really tie those 2 together in a planning sense. The Florence Boulevard Design Concept Report tries to tie those 2 together, our historic downtown and the Florence Boulevard corridor, in a design sense as well. So I mentioned a little bit about the downtown land use category that we created with our general plan that was approved by Planning Commission, approved by City Council, and ratified by 83% of our citizens. And in that downtown category, there are various design kind of intents for the downtown, and you can see those right there in the 3 bullet points. But there's very specific downtown design standards, which is streets should be designed to accommodate pedestrians, cyclists, automobiles, transit, autonomous vehicles, and ride-share services. Sidewalks, we should provide sidewalks with decorative pavement designs, parking, street trees and planters, decorative and alternative street paving or ribbons, benches, trash, artwork. So all of these design standards were in fact incorporated into one segment, at least of the, actually all segments of the Florence Boulevard Design Concept Report. The general plan also had specific action steps that the city should take to implement the general plan. And I'll just talk about action step D4.3, which is develop specific downtown street design standards to encourage pedestrian-friendly and urban-scale streets. And action step D4.4, which is to develop decorative and alternative street paving designs and plans. Streets should utilize alternative materials. Safe crosswalks and pedestrian areas should be a point of emphasis. All of these design intents are implemented and reflected in the Florence Boulevard Design Concept Report. And then we have a City Council strategic plan that talks about council's strategic objectives for the city. And the one in bold there is to create an image to attract residents to visit and live in Casa Grande, and specifically to develop the Florence Boulevard Corridor Plan, which is what we have before us tonight. We also have under community enhancement to plan and execute city entrance sign improvements. On the DCR, we have an entrance gateway sign at both the west end, welcoming drivers and residents and visitors to downtown, and on the east end, welcoming visitors and residents who come off the interstate. When we kicked off this project, our first outreach effort for citizen input and stakeholder process was to do a website survey asking generally citizens what kind of enhancements they'd like to see in the corridor. Those are some of the comments we saw on the screen. I've also attached for the Planning Commission, I think some of the specific comments cards that we received through the process. We created a steering committee with representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, downtown Main Street, Florence Boulevard Business, and citizens at large. We met with the steering committee as kind of a focus group to help give us some initial guidance and input into the project as well. As the plan kind of was developed and we had some initial design concepts that we could share, we held a general public open house in December of '22. As part of that project, that process, we sent notification postcards to all the property owners and all the business owners at the time in the corridor. I think we sent 662 postcards. 65 people attended our open house, and people left comment cards, and 58% were positive, 23% were negative, and 19% neutral. Now again, this is the entire corridor from I-10 to Arbor. We did do a little additional focus group and open house for property owners and businesses in our downtown segment, which is about a half-mile long. It goes from Brown to Arbor. And 17 business and property owners attended one of those 3 sessions that we offered. Since we've scheduled this matter for planning commission consideration and for city council consideration on Monday night at a study session, we have received some input from social media sites. We sent notice out on what we call our CG alert, notifying people of the hearing before planning commission this evening, giving them a link that takes them directly to the plan so they could review it. We've noticed some other input on various Facebook pages in the city Facebook. But I think overall, what we've seen is about 50 people commenting, and we've seen splits of about 60-40 on various aspects of the plan. So I think most of it's been focused on the downtown segment and whether or not the downtown segment, which is a half-mile of the 6-mile corridor, should be retain its current 5-lane configuration or be reconfigured to have 3 lanes. I think almost all of the commentary has been focused on that. So before we talk a little bit about the downtown segment and the lane configuration, I want to talk about multimodal a little bit. So accommodating multimodal transportation was one of the primary design intents of the design concept report. I don't know about you, but recently I've been seeing increased people using motorized wheelchairs, scooters, bicycles, and walking within the corridor. We wanted to make that kind of activity safer. I think some of that activity is occurring in a non-safe fashion. So we wanted to accommodate multimodal and make it safer. Other kinds of design intents we would have, is to widen sidewalks, provide bike lanes, provide additional landscaping to make a better walkable environment, and some artwork to make things interesting. So as we delved into the design, what we found is that on that freeway segment to the east from I-10 over to Hennis, we have plenty of right-of-way to accommodate traffic and to provide enhanced multimodal space, right? There's 140 foot of right-of-way, so there's plenty of room for us to achieve, as you might see on the screen here, a separated bike lane and wider sidewalks. Not a problem. J2 will go into that. They'll show you what the design is, but it fits. When we went into the Midtown, which goes from Hennis to Brown, the right-of-way varies a little bit. Some of it's 140, some of it's 110. But again, we can fit in multimodal, we can fit in bike lanes, we can fit in wider sidewalks, not to the extent that we can in the freeway one, but we can fit them in there. And so that worked well from a design standpoint. When we got to the older section of Florence, the downtown segment from Brown to Arbor, we found a different story. What we found is we had some real right-of-way constraints that was going to hinder our ability to provide these kinds of multimodal and other streetscape enhancements that we really wanted to within that segment. So what we found was we have buildings that encroach into our right-of-way. There's two buildings right across the road from us. That's the Little Sombreros building, where their whole patio is in our right-of-way, and the building next to it, which is the Inc. Addition building, their whole addition in the front is in our right-of-way. Now, I can't tell you how those things got built in our right-of-way. We can find no paperwork authorizing them. That happened before my time, but they're there, and they constrained our use of that right-of-way. We have parking in the right-of-way. We have lots of signs in our right-of-way. So throughout this whole downtown segment, our right-of-way has been constrained by encroachments, private development encroachments. Now, and many of those encroachments would be very disruptive to those businesses to remove them, right? They're kind of on the public property, but very disruptive to remove them. So from a design standpoint, we didn't create an option that says, oh, let's leave the 5 lanes like they are, and let's remove the encroachments to introduce our multimodal kind of enhancements for wider sidewalks, bike lanes, enhancement of landscaping, et cetera. We knew that was going to be too disruptive. But we did hear a significant amount of public comments questioning the ability of the downtown segment on Florence to handle both the existing and the future traffic with a 3-lane configuration. And one of the reasons why the 3-lane configuration was proposed for this half-mile section in the downtown was to free up some space where we could introduce the bike lane, the wider sidewalk, the areas for businesses that have outdoor seating and patios, artwork and landscaping, because we knew we had limited ability to do it with the existing 5-lane configuration. We do think that the traffic should go slower through the downtown segment as well. We think that's, again, part of the extension of the downtown. We want that to be a more pleasant kind of environment through that 1/2 mile section. We did shorten the downtown segment. It used to go from Treckle to Pinal. We shortened it to Brown to Arbor. From Arbor to Pinal, we would, under any option, we would retain the current 5-lane condition. From Treckle to Brown, the same thing. If we did in the future decide to pursue the 3-lane configuration, we would transition from 5 to 3 between Treckle and Brown, and back up to 5 from Arbor to Pinal. So we created 2 street designs for the downtown segment. We have one design that says, let's keep the existing 5-lane configuration like it is, maybe modify it slightly to narrow some of the lanes up a little bit, or to create a 3-lane configuration. So there's 2 options. Option A, retain the current 5-lane configuration, but however, and that's what it would look like on the screen, but due to the right-of-way constraints, a bike lane could not be included. The sidewalk widening would essentially not occur or very limited, and we could squeeze in some additional landscaping and artwork. We'd have to reduce those. But we don't achieve the multimodal objective that we really wanted to achieve with the 5-lane, just due to those right-of-way constraints that I mentioned to you. Option B, which is to modify the 5 lanes to become a 3-lane configuration, that's the option that does allow us to do make those kinds of streetscape enhancements that we talked about, the multimodal, the pedestrian, the artwork, and the landscaping. You do see in this design some angled parking. We probably would not do angled parking even in this scenario. We'd probably just do parallel. But we would be able to provide some additional parallel parking for those businesses along the corridor, the frontage of Florence, that do not have adequate parking, or to provide some additional public parking for our guests and residents. We also made a change to our freeway segment, which is that segment that's on the far east from I-10 to Hennis. And in that one, we actually recommend going from the existing 4 lanes, 2 through lanes in each direction, and adding an additional through lane on both sides to create a 6-lane configuration. We believe our studies show us that that's where the heaviest traffic is on Florence, and where the greatest growth in traffic is going to occur is between I-11 and Hennis. We have some vacant sites there, as you might know. We have like Sun Life being built there right now, some additional developments. We have some other vacant sites. The traffic is going to increase in that segment of the corridor without doubt. So we need to accommodate that. At this point, I'm going to pause and hand it over to Jeff Velasquez from J2, and Jeff's going to talk to you a little bit more about the specific design that's being proposed in the DCR.
Thanks, Paul. Chairman Benedict and members of the commission, thank you for giving us this time. We know you got a packed agenda, and we're excited to give you an overview of the DCR. We'll be brief and respectful of your time. So the DCR intent, as Paul had kind of laid out here, was definitely fulfilling the council mandated 2030 general plan, a really kind of transformative corridor, right, from I-10 all the way to Pinell. We're falling just short of that right there at Arbor, but we think that the DCR framework really sets that tone for a vision for economics, for moving vehicles, for pedestrians, link, mass transit, shade, water harvesting, LID implementation, stormwater management, and a lot of great things here for the city looking into the future. So we're looking 25 years out, 50 years out, being kind of visionary in terms of 100-year out, right? So we have, did this go backwards, Paul? Okay. How about that? Okay. So, we have 4-mile corridor there. We have about a mile on the east, which is freeway zone. We have about 2.5 miles in the middle, which is the midtown zone. There's about a half a mile area that's the downtown zone. So some of the things that you'll see in the DCR, design elements, one of them is lighting, energy efficient LED lighting, making it a safer streetscape system all the way through the corridor. And there would be roadway lighting, pedestrian lighting, and the images on the top show what it could look like. None of that's been designed yet, of course. These are just vision DCR. The lower photos show what it might look like in the corridor itself. Pavement systems, the general plan talked about, getting alternative pavement systems, crosswalks. We could do stamped asphalt with reflective coating materials to cool that temperature 20 degrees, and there's all kinds of great things you can do. ADA accessible improvements, ramp improvements, water harvesting, and that type of thing. You can even stamp and seal and imprint the middle lane throughout the street, throughout the corridor to enhance the look and the aesthetics of Florence as well. Art systems really enliven communities, right? And they enliven not only downtowns, but even entire corridors such as Florence. So we think that the implementation of art is important. On the left, you see photos of artwork that's been done throughout the state. On the right, you see a couple elements, even potential shade structures at corners that might be able to be implemented in terms of an art element. Maybe even something like a neon sign park, kind of having kind of a neon or a faux neon element, as you see on the lower right. Signage, wayfinding, monumentation, Paul mentioned that. On the left, you see some different elements of signage and wayfinding and gateways. On the right, you see kind of a downtown zone that would be, or downtown monument that could go in at the 5 Points area to the west, coming into the Pinell area. We also think that there should be a monument at the east, coming in off the freeway zone into that 6-lane corridor, and we'll go through that and show you that here in a second. Seating, shade, those are all elements that make a corridor and a downtown area great, and we think that those should be implemented. The top photos show some things that are typical of site amenities and kind of those types of implementations. The lower photos show how some of the areas could be enhanced. So, as we talked about, 3 segments, freeway, midtown, downtown, and it's about a 4-mile corridor, 1 mile, 2.5, and about a half mile in the downtown zone. To go into freeway, the staff is recommending that the project would start in the freeway zone. So the other element, like at the far west, downtown would probably be potentially 15, 20, 25 years down the road. So it's kind of not really an immediate element right now. I think they're recommending freeway because of the growth and things that are happening on the east side of the corridor. So freeway zone, Hennis to I-10. This is an example of the interpretive element of that signage gateway monument being on the westbound approach off the I-10 freeway zone. This element also shows kind of the water harvesting at the DG planting area. We can take kind of dirty first flush stormwater off the streets, deep water some of those trees and landscape areas, and we have done that in other areas. It deep waters those trees and really helps keep those trees healthy and conserves water, of course, and you get that first flush out of the street, and this kind of just shows that area with the monument. So the freeway zone, as Paul had mentioned, this vision is a 6-lane corridor condition, and the middle has a median that has left turn lanes throughout, as you see right here. I believe that is a 14-foot landscape median with a turn that's built in. This hasn't been designed and detailed, so that would come with later engineering. You would have those median breaks implemented with public involvement and with city traffic and engineering implemented as well. You see a couple items here highlighted. The 10-foot pedestrian walkway on the north side. You have a 10-foot wide pedestrian walk on the south, kind of a real tree-lined corridor, so it's a shaded area. And then in the green, you see a separated bike lane, which you get all the way through the freeway zone. That separated bike lane is safer for bicyclists to be able to use that corridor. There are enhanced mid-block crossings, as you see there, in the orange stamped asphalt. And there is a bus stop where you can kind of implement enhancements to the link system and other bus routes. This is a few images of what that freeway zone might look like with the 6-lane condition, middle turn lanes, water harvesting in the planting zones, separated bike lane, and wide sidewalks. The Midtown zone, that is about 2.5 miles. It's the largest zone of the corridor. So the Midtown zone runs from Brown to Hennis. In the Midtown zone, you can see some of the buildings on the aerial kind of start to get a little bit closer and tighter to the right-of-way. So we're dealing with a little bit less property and space to work with in real estate, but this can still work with a 4-lane condition, 2 lanes in each direction with a middle planted median. That would incorporate left turn lanes, and that would be engineered, of course, in final design at appropriate turns in and out. You see the enhanced intersection there on the right side of the rendering, so that could have stamped colored asphalt. It would have a separated bike lane system, as you see in green, throughout the corridor, and those intersections would be designed specifically in detail to have that separated bike lane go into a crossing mode at the intersections. Here you have an 8-foot wide walk on the north, 10-foot wide walk on the south. There's just kind of trade-offs that you'll have to do with the real estate that you have to work with in the middle of the zone. Here's a few images of what that Midtown zone from Brown to Hennis would look like. Top left shows the plan, bottom left shows kind of bird's eye perspective aerial, and the 2 right images show that separated bike lane and how some of those stamped crossings can occur. There would be ADA accessible improvements at all of these intersections, of course. The downtown zone. As Paul said, we've heard lots of input on the downtown area. So the DCR presents 2 options, both a 5-lane and a 3-lane. So there isn't one proposed over another. You have the options there in the design concept report for future reference. So in the 5-lane option, you have, showing kind of the Casa Grande improved stamped asphalt intersection. You have improved ADA accessible walkways and corners. On the 5-lane zone, you don't have the bike lane. The room is really constrained, but you do have the middle turn lane all the way through, similar to now. You do have some landscape, not as quite as much as the 3-lane, but you do have some landscape that you can implement. The downtown zone, we do feel, now one thing that staff's recommending is that the first build occur east at the freeway zone, but they do recommend that there is an entry monument at the freeway zone, but immediately there would be an entry monument at this point in the downtown 5 Points area. So if you did build freeway, I think staff's really thinking that you do build both entry monuments as a bookend on west and east. And that's what you're seeing here at the 5 Points. So image and character, the 5-lane option, kind of before and after. You can still stamp that middle lane, still kind of make some enhancement there, stamped asphalt. The landscaping isn't quite as robust as the 3. The sidewalks don't widen as much, but you do have some improvements on the 5-lane option. And some before and after character images of the 5-lane. So you would have materials, material change occurring per the general plan recommendation with ADA improvements. The 3-lane option, you've seen probably before early on, and in the DCR, it would be 1 lane in each direction with a middle turn lane. It would be intersection improvements. You would have the ADA accessible improvements. On the 3-lane option, you do get the separated bike lane that you do see in green, and we'll get into some of those elements here in a sec. With the road right sizing at a 3-lane, just some of the basics of enhanced safety, multimodal, you do get some expanded sidewalks. There's a local economy boost with wanting to be downtown and that kind of draw. Resilient infrastructure, you do have space for water harvesting and a robust street tree system. It's commonly understood that there's improved user experience and kind of destination environments with that. And of course, the imageability, going back to the 2030 general plan, is image and destination and ambiance, of course. And in data on the right sizing, collisions may be reduced. City staff did study quite a bit of road right sizing projects. Pedestrian activity can be increased, bicycle trips and those type of things in terms of multimodal transportation can be enhanced as well. In the DCR, you'll see this matrix breakdown between 3-lane and 5-lane. It kind of gives you some of the basics on it. Some of the important ones would be really kind of intersection nodes and crosswalks. On the 3-lane concept, the crosswalks are about 35 feet of crossing, which is less than, Chairman, between you and me. On the 5-lane concept, it's about 56, so it's about a 21-foot difference in terms of somebody in a wheelchair or a walker or with a stroller. There are some elements that are benefits on the crosswalk lengths. You do get the bike lanes. Of course, you get a street tree system that's pretty robust through the 3-lane zone. And some character images here of a before and after on that condition. And some before and after visuals using scaled kind of 3D modeling. And some enhancement that might be able to take place throughout different corridor areas. You can also build in improved queuing without things backing up into the street as well. So pretty transformative project, separated bike lanes and planted zones. So at the 5 points, we do think that that's an important add. Even if you do build the freeway zone first, having this in the downtown, some type of monument that kind of speaks to the city and announces it from both sides would be important. So next steps, Paul, did you want to talk about those? All yours.
Thanks, Jeff. So as we've been discussing, this is a design concept report. So if it's approved, there would be some next steps. Before I get into the implementation, this will be formally considered by City Council at their April 7th meeting. If it's approved, our next step is to go ahead and work on creating design and construction plans for the first phase. Staff is recommending the first phase be the freeway phase at the far east, and then moving westerly over time. That process of additional civil design will involve additional stakeholder process with businesses, property owners, and the general public. In addition, it will be associated with funding requests through our capital improvement program. Excuse me. So phase 1, as we see it today, the freeway zone, you can see we think that process from design through construction, and as Jeff mentioned, it's a 1 mile segment, will be from 1 to 5 years. In our current CIP, we do have funding to start the civil design work on that. That contract hasn't been let. We don't want to do anything until we know if the design concept report is approved, but if it is approved, we'll start that design process. Now, one of the benefits to starting on the freeway zone as well as you can see all those vacant properties, and if we approve this DCR, as those vacant properties develop, we can work with those developers and their site designs to incorporate some of the design that you're seeing tonight for the freeway into their project design. They can design sidewalks and landscaping that complements what the city will add with bike lanes and travel lanes. So we think it's important to start there so we don't miss the opportunity to partner with private development to start implementing that first phase. But this all will take time. So 1 to 5 years for the freeway. Then if we move into Midtown, it's a longer section, 2.5 miles, as Jeff mentioned. So we think that's another 5 years, takes us out to 10 years from now before we get through the Midtown. And again, that is a process that will involve additional stakeholder process, additional public meetings, and input from both property owners, businesses, and the general public as to what that design should be. It's a big segment, 2.5 miles. We're not going to budget it off in one chunk. It'll be, maybe it'll be, 3/4 of a mile, half mile kind of segments that we'll design at a time. And then last, we'll finish up with the downtown segment, Arbor, Brown to Arbor. It's a half-mile segment. So we think we're probably 15 years out, 10 to 15 years out from now, before we get to that design process and that construction. One of the reasons why our staff is recommending that we keep 2 options on the table for the downtown segment, both the existing 5-lane option and the proposed 3-lane configuration, is because lots of things are going to change over the next 10 to 15 years. And so we don't have a great crystal ball, but we think we just need to keep those options on the table to be able to better evaluate what's the best design for that segment when we get there 10 to 15 years from now. With that, I'm going to conclude my remarks. We do have, as we think about this additional public input and stakeholder process, our public works staff has been working on an idea that would allow us to use AI-enhanced public engagement tools, and they just want to show you a little bit about the kind of tool that they're working to implement. Clark? I think he's just going to run the video for you.
Okay, perfect, perfect. If someone else is in charge, that's all the better. Thank you. Do want to take a moment to expand on the introduction there. There's going to be a lot of exciting things that are coming up from the community in the next years, and enhanced public involvement, we believe, is going to be critical in terms of communicating what the intent is, schedules, timing, budgets, and getting the input on those designs. With that in mind, AI gives us an opportunity to go ahead and just as we think that personal public involvement is an enhanced level of communication, AI gives us that on an electronic platform. So with that, let's go ahead and run this, and then I'll take any questions after that with a few comments.
The body to the right is home to various content depending on what's available for each particular project.
The Florence Boulevard corridor has been a lifeline corridor and should be celebrated.
Well, we started off strong. If we have a problem, let's just go ahead and let it run out of respect for everyone's time, and I'll just kind of narrate the different components of it. So the intent here is go ahead and run it. Perfect. Just let it keep running.
The revitalization of this urban corridor will ensure that it continues to serve as a significant commerce destination and entertainment environment into the future.
After the introduction, the viewer is free to ask questions by typing in the conversation window or holding T to talk if they have a microphone. Conversations are stored in a database where AI can filter dialogue for review.
The recommendations outlined in the downloadable report to your right includes concepts for a revitalized urban corridor that will continue to serve as a thoroughfare to a downtown destination environment for the city and region. Building upon Casa Grande's history and arts community to establish a unique character for this urban renewal is a key aspect of this plan. The commemoration of Casa Grande for its past and present should be a significant theme in reimagining this landmark space.
Revisiting the icon pop-up, the user can easily leave a comment or ask a question.
And we think this part is a really important part of it, is being able to get comments as part of the presentation.
The Details button presents deep description of the project, budget, and other pertinent information. Think of the Details page as a website within the app. There can be multiple pages, video, audio, and images.
And as the use of this tool expands, and it can also sense the mood, if you will, of the questioner, and it can adapt in terms of its responses. So it is a living, growing, as our own experiences in life. This tool will also grow in its experiences and enhance the feedback that we feel that we will get with the use of this type of tool. Any questions that I can bring back to the team or suggestions for further development?
That's good. Doesn't look like it. Thank you.
Yep.
So,
All of our questions are for Paul.
yeah, all for Paul. Yeah, poor Paul. So, commissioners, so we don't, they're the applicant, so do we have questions for
Yes.
staff and the applicant? Celeste,
Do you want me to
spoke
go
up.
first?
Go for it, girl.
Okay. So I love that you provided a little history of how we got here, right? And I guess I'm a little disappointed that the city's focused on the freeway section versus the downtown section. The intent of the 2018 workshop was surrounding the downtown. We need to revitalize downtown. However, we want to start where there's new development, undevelopment. So talk to me.
So as I mentioned, one of the benefits of starting on the freeway side is to allow some of those pending future private developments to help us implement the plan without using, all CIP money, right? And that's a huge benefit, in my opinion. You kind of get to, set the stage out there. The other reason is, this is a transformative project for the community, and change is hard. And so I think people need to see what it really can look like to understand, what benefit they think it's making to the community. So we think that's the opportunity to do that is best at the freeway segment.
I disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely disagree. I think we need to value the folks that have spent all of their time here implementing businesses, and this should be the priority, in my opinion.
So one of, look, the planning commission is going to make a recommendation to council, and your recommendation can be to change the phasing, right? I mean, that's your prerogative.
You always
So
give us this option.
if that's what you really think, then you should make that recommendation.
There you go, girl.
But,
Yes.
Paul, don't you think that the majority of the people are more interested in the downtown section as opposed to the freeway section? They're probably just gonna get more pissed off about the traffic congestions during construction on the freeway end of it, where it's just gonna interrupt them going back and forth to the mall and to the auto dealerships that are out there now, as opposed to trying to do like Gilbert did, do like Chandler did. I mean, I built a house in Chandler in 1997, and there wasn't anything downtown except an old abandoned bank, and some guy had a brainstorm to gut the bank and put a Santan brewery in there, and that was the start of Chandler, downtown Chandler. And Gilbert, same thing. Joe Johnson out there he had a market, and from that market he built a restaurant and had barbecue, and look at Gilbert now, and it didn't take that long. We're looking at downtown Casa Grande being the same as it is now for the next 15, 20 years. It's like
10 to 15, not 15 to 20, but 10 to 15, yes, I agree with you.
10 to 15.
Right,
But,
right.
I don't have that much time myself, but I'm thinking for everybody else. But
Commissioner Peters, I totally understand your comments, and one thing that strikes me, though, is that on the freeway, that's where we have the ability to impact visitors, right? And set kind of the image and character of Casa Grande in their mind. That's where we make a first impression a lot of times. So I think it's important, right, to put your best foot forward and create a nice impression at the entryway. I totally understand, though, the downtown comments as well.
I mean, but we do have people coming from now, so that would be the entrance to Florence. So I would think coming in from the other direction would be more so inviting, hitting Florence myself. I mean, I normally go down Pinal before I would even hit the I-10 to Florence, so I think we should be going the opposite direction.
We are recommending as our first phase the downtown entryway sign. So that is in the first phase. We're going to try to bookend the entryway signs on both ends. So that would be phase one.
Okay.
To that point, I like what you're showing as far as really enhancing Florence. But when you're talking downtown, you should be looking at the entire area, about a 5, 6, 7 block area, not just Florence, as far as developing the area. And I know funding is an issue. I get that, and I know that's a problem. But similar to Chandler and also Gilbert as well, what really made those areas grow were the actual businesses that they were able to attract, actually downtown. By attracting those businesses, that freed up and brought in more money and to actually expand their downtown. So I'm in agreement that downtown should be the focus. Personally, and I'm biased, Garrett and I are going back and forth on that. I like the 5-lane. Having work every day in Tucson, I see the mistakes, and I know about the history of doing that with Campbell Avenue going into Grande, and then all of a sudden now it jumps to 2 lanes, and it's a traffic nightmare. I think if we're building for growth, we have to build for growth. And money is always cheaper now than it will be in the future.
I guess since I was invoked, I'll speak a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm fully in support of, starting on the downtown side as well. I would understand all the reasons why we would start on the freeway side. I guess the one issue, if we do start on the freeway side, again, speaking to Tucson, they did their Grant Road widening project, and now they're coming towards a point of, well, where are we going to find money to make up the little bit that it's increased to even build this in the time that we started this? So that would be my concern, is if we start at the freeway side, how far do we get before we say, okay, well, this is now going to be so much more money than when we started 10 years ago to finish this out. Where are we going to find that money? So if we did start anywhere, I do think starting in the downtown section to at least get that portion of it built before we come to the realization that we won't have the money to finish out the project, that would be my preference as well. But again, I totally understand why we would start at the freeway end. I can support it either way. That's not really my big issue. I think my big issue comes down to what exactly we want our downtown to be and creating a place, and that's what I see with a three-lane concept, is creating a place that allows us to extend our downtown to on the north side of Florence Boulevard, where it's kind of disconnected right now from the rest of the downtown. We have new business owners coming in on the north side of Florence Boulevard. If you think Casa Collective, those are all businesses that are happening near Florence Boulevard, but they're not necessarily in the downtown area. And so this three-lane concept kind of helps bridge that gap from the south side in our actual downtown to that north side where it has been transitioning into more of those other downtown uses that are kind of reclaiming some of the older homes and things like that for offices or whatever they may be, which is a typical thing you see in downtowns. And the other thing with the three-lane concept, Brett, you mentioned earlier in the meeting about how you're struggling with whether we allow for hazardous materials and chemicals and things like that. And then with Peter's comment as to, we're playing our part currently is heavily on the industrial side. Well, how do we kind of increase our economic base? How do we get more people who want to live here but may have a high-paying job that is in a high-tech industry? And maybe we don't have any tech parks here right now. A lot of the tech parks are located around our universities, like U of A Tech Park down near Vail. And then I forget the ASU one that just got a big thing from the governor. But, those areas, how do we try to create some of those areas within our town so that we have a greater range of economic, a greater range of salaries and jobs that we can offer to people, a greater economic base. And so with a three-lane concept, you start to entice those types of businesses that are high-paying jobs, that are looking for communities that are investing in their infrastructure for their residents so that when they locate there, their employees are able to take part in that community and are able to take part in all of the good things that are going on through placemaking, through that investment in infrastructure, through creating walkable spaces that are enjoyable to be in. And so that's how I see us going to that next step of trying to entice other businesses to locate in Casa Grande, not just those industrial sectors. So more of the office, more of the high-tech paying jobs as far as, lawyers. How many lawyers do you see Zane's Law on like the billboards and everything, but they're all located either in Phoenix or Tucson? Why wouldn't you have an office here in Casa Grande if it's supported and your employees can have the access to the different amenities that we could provide? So that's really my reason for wanting a three-lane, is because of the opportunities it provides for the city and the future it can create for us, and just the economic value that it can come from a three-lane. And then also just rethinking of whose streets. Right now our streets are very auto-dominated. Obviously that's part of culture. It's something that's happened over the last 100 years as the automobile has become a thing. But streets have not always been for automobiles. Streets and grid plans, they've been around since the Romans. Timgad in Northern Africa, one of the best preserved grid plans of Roman grid plans, and that was before cars existed. So streets existed for people. So that's where I think the three-lane concept really gets it back to creating that balance between automobiles and people. And so if we can still support automobile traffic, which it sounds like all of the engineering does say it will support that capacity, then we can at least take some of that back for people and create a more inviting space. I'll get off my soapbox.
Okay, who else?
I just had a question on when we changed McMurray many, many years ago from 4 lanes to the 3-lane concept. Was that done for the bike path? Is that why we did that all the way from Pinal to Hennis?
I don't know
It's
the
been a
answer
long
to
time,
that.
I know that.
Right. Clark, do you know any idea about that? McMurray is now a collector.
Right.
And so we have 2 cross sections for collectors. One is a through lane in each direction with a middle turn lane, and the others 2 through lanes with no turn lane, right? Both in our cross-section today have a bike path, but we might have had to convert it to get the bike path.
I was just
That's
wondering.
logical.
It was a long time ago, so.
Yeah,
But
it
the
was-
the
it
three,
was a
the three
common-
lane looks real nice when, on McMurray, because there's not a lot of folks driving on McMurray. But I'm not sure how the 3 lane, I'm not sure how the 3 lane would work on the Florence stretch. Yeah, you got.
The conversion was also partially for safety. 4-lane concept, you had to take a left turn out of the left lane.
Correct.
And block traffic, so you got traffic moving back and forth between lanes, so partially
Okay.
safety.
Thank you, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I've got a couple questions. Okay, talking about the bike lanes, this plan on both, have bike lanes on both sides of the road, is that,
Or
you know,
downtown?
I can, well, the whole strip
The
has,
green.
that green strip is bike lanes on both sides, is that, I mean,
It does hit bike lanes on both sides in the freeway and Midtown section, yes.
okay, help me understand why that's important.
Are you a
One
bicyclist?
side,
Are
one
you- do
side
you-
seems to me like.
Do you ride bicycles? Are you a bicyclist?
Long time ago.
I'm a bicyclist. I ride a lot, and I ride a lot on the road. But you're supposed to ride with traffic, right? I mean, you're supposed to ride the same direction as traffic.
Okay,
That's
so
how you
that's
ride
the
a bike.
reason for,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
exactly.
helping me
It's
understand.
the safe way to ride a bicycle, yes.
Okay, great. Any idea?
Jeff's telling me we could put them together on one side if we wanted to with this.
Well, but it'd be the same space.
Yeah.
Then that's, okay, whichever is fine. What did you call it, stamp and seal asphalt? You know, really pretty. And, you know, that's really cool. What's the life of that treatment?
Yeah, I know City of Mesa right now has been doing that on a lot of, well, all of their crosswalk intersections. They actually stamp it, imprint it, and it's a temperature reducing coating they put on it. It lowers unbelievably about 20 degrees, which I was a skeptic until I put my hand out there in July.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like 20 degrees cooler. A lot of cities are doing it all over the place. It's been, you know, it's probably about a 6-year life on it. It's a little more than standard asphalt because it has 2 sealers on it.
Okay.
So if you do like an intersection like what you're looking at there, that intersection will last several years longer than a standard blacktop. Some cities around the country are actually doing their local streets in a blacktop with a coating on it now, amazingly, to try to
Okay,
reflect
so
heat.
it's similar to the asphalt, when we got to redo the asphalt, which.
Yeah, it lasts slightly longer
It'll
than a
last-
standard.
okay, great.
Yes, sir.
What might happen is the color will fade. So the striping and all the maintenance will become the issue potentially sooner. You know, it won't look all fresh and new for, 10 years.
You have to retouch and then power wash.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, that
I'm
was
a
my
boat
challenge.
person.
Thank you, yes, I appreciate that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, there's some other little details that when we start doing the real plan for the details, we dive into the details.
Paul,
Yes,
Chairman, I have a
please.
question. What was the reason that the project didn't take in consideration Pinal? Why didn't it go all the way to Pinal?
Well, the first reason is it's a state highway.
Oh, that's not an excuse.
We don't have control over Pinal.
We
But
heard-
I can tell you that, on our future list is to do a DCR for Pinal.
And you would catch that little corner
Sure.
when you do Pinal?
Yes, yes. There is an interest in city council to enhance Pinal as well, eventually.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yes.
I know a lot of the conversation on social media has to do with the 3 and the 5 lanes. Has any traffic simulation, traffic modeling provided to the public so they can understand the impact or the not impact? Because it's very helpful to hear that or see that. versus just saying we're gonna narrow it down.
Right. So we did hire a traffic engineering firm, Green Lake Traffic Engineering, I believe, to model it, right? Both with, and it's the model, we have the model. We have the model that we could show you tonight if you wanted to. We didn't take your time to do that, but we have modeled it. And we have shown it to city council at a work session that shows that it does work with both today's traffic levels and the traffic levels into the foreseeable future.
Oh, excellent.
So we have modeled it.
Okay.
I want to see it.
Oh, I don't.
I know. I'm up all night, so it doesn't matter to me.
I'm just trying to help, just those things, if they were put on a website somewhere, that way you
Sure,
can always direct folks.
we can definitely do that, absolutely. I can say that most people are kind of skeptical when they see those. They think we're just making that stuff up.
And again, what we're being asked to make a recommendation on has the options.
Two options.
So we're not deciding,
No.
we're not recommending, I should say
Right.
deciding. We're certainly not deciding.
Right.
But we're not recommending, well, what's before us is not, we can say that in our recommendation if that's what we want to say.
Oh, no.
But what's before us to be presented has both of them as an option that will, that decision will be made at the point when we get into to the specifics. As he pointed out, this is a report, it's a general plan, I guess.
Design concept report.
Concept.
Design concept,
And-
that's what it is.
Right.
Yes.
As the director said, we can reverse
Oh, boy.
the starting points to, at this
Yes.
session, too.
We can recommend that too.
Recommend, it's strictly a
So-
recommendation, okay.
If we have any more,
No.
or is anybody burning over there, Mr. Vanderheyden? Nope?
Nope.
Are
Okay.
you done with me? You done
If
with
it's
me?
okay, I would like to get to the public portion. These folks have been very patient, waiting for all this time, and I'm sure that's a lot of them are here. I'd like to open the public portion of the meeting to have your comments. As you come forward, please give us your name and address, and please try to keep your comments down to the 3 minutes. And please try to reduce the amount of repeating of what somebody else has already said. We sure want to hear from you. Yes, sir.
My name is Connolly Clampett. I'm the author of the latest thing on CG Chat that might have brought some of these people here. My address is 594 West Racine Loop, Casa Grande, SK Ranch. If any of you read the conversation that I had on CG Chat, I am against going from 5 to 3 lanes. That being said, somebody said that there was an 83% approval rate of doing these things. If the question had been, would we like to see Florence Boulevard look nicer, I would be part of the 83%. But what was displayed here 2 years ago with all the easels of what the changes are going to be, that turned me against it, especially that part of the road. I think there should not be any parking on Florence Boulevard from one end to the other. We have enough parking lots for the businesses, with the few exceptions of the ones that are down on the part that they want to narrow down, but no parking on Florence at all. Trees, I have a company in California that they had trees out in front of our strip mall. Several of my fellow tenants, we on an evening went down and cut those trees down because we could not be seen from the street. Putting in short, flowery bushes, I think, is a fine idea to beautify it. But to put in the bike lanes, how many bikes have you seen? How many people in this auditorium ride a bike? Show of hands. There you go. Okay. I don't think spending the thousands, if not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to put bike lanes in is worth it. Also, as far as walking, this is a very hot community. I drive to the stores I want to go to, or if I don't know where they are, I can see them and say, oh, there's a new Five Below, and right next to the office supply. That's great. I can see those businesses I'm trying to get to, or see one that I have never knew was there before. But in any event, I think the 5-lane to 3 lanes, I think, is a bad idea. I think starting from the freeway is a very good idea. I like seeing the welcome mat there. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else? Yep.
Sat in front for a purpose. I made a little talk, and it's too late and too long to give to you, but I do want to say.
Can we get your name and address, please, for
I'm
the record?
sorry. Mike Henderson, 1343 East Kingman Place in Casa Grande. I'll give it to you. I think it's a great idea. I don't care where we start. I will say, when we first started looking at this several years ago, I started driving that downtown portion of Florence every chance I got just to see. And I have never, ever run into a traffic jam on that half-mile section. It just hasn't happened. So I think there's something to be thought of there. Other than that, it seems to me like we're a city in the process of growing up, and I want to save what we have that we came for and grow up gracefully. So I think this can be a great part of it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Somebody else?
My name is Diane Collins. I live on 1113 North Cadota. I have been on a bicycle standpoint, and I have also an H2 Hummer. So I know the challenges of driving on Florence and pulling over, and driving on bicycle as well. And the only problems I've really had riding on a bicycle is if you're not following the traffic laws. So when you come up to the intersections, the lights, the crosswalks, things like that, you have to use common sense and slow down beforehand. I mean, it works. It's fine. I've drove it plenty of times, and I've been in the Hummer. Had more issues in my Hummer than I did on the bicycle. And to shorten it down to 3 lanes, does that mean that no longer we're going to have the parade there anymore? Because that was the one thing that made me feel like home here, is when they had the parades go down Florence, and all the lights lit up down the street, and you could see all the symbols all the way down Florence. That really made me feel like home. So if there's an island in the middle, or whatever you guys put, or a bike lane, so that kind of rolls out the parade, right? Wouldn't that? The Christmas parade, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I don't know, I just find it extremely frustrating that they want to change it down, and I don't know where they're getting traffic statistics from. I pull out with my kids in the morning, like any normal time, and it's busy. It's pretty dang busy pulling out in Florence now at like school times, and it's just a crazy thing to think that they're going to change all that. And they're right, downtown needs to be changed first, because it's so tight-knit there, it's ridiculous. And if you put bushes, nobody's going to be able to see pedestrians over there, especially a little kid with a bush. Like, somebody walking, you're not going to be able to see them. The only time, actually, a bike that has problems with the people being able to see pedestrians is right in front of this building. Like, you cross the road and go on the park side if you're going to be on a bicycle, because it's so narrow. But to change all this for bicycle lane is just crazy. They should be upgrading for accommodating people coming in, or like fixing potholes, or the traffic lanes, or the crosswalks, for instance, the ones that light up like on front of Safeway, that's nice. But it only goes in one direction really to light up. This crosswalk right here, people always wait there, and cars stop for them before they actually go. So having like buttons that say crosswalk would be way better than doing a colored crosswalk on the ground. I don't know, that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Julie Michelson, 809 North Lemberg. My first question is, in the past 50 years, how many times have we revitalized our downtown? And since when did we name Florence Boulevard downtown? That's not downtown. Florence Street and Sackatown are downtown. I've lived at 809 North Lemberg, or it's been in my family for over 50 years. I've watched the town grow. I've watched the traffic in our neighborhood. I'm now hearing about traffic issues in our friends' neighborhoods, the areas that you want to reduce the lanes from 5 to 3. It's very frustrating to watch our town do things that aren't good for our town, and that's not one. Beautify it, add trees, do whatever you want, stamp the concrete, but don't reduce the lanes, because it's gonna affect Arbor, it's gonna affect Brown. It already affects Cadota and Lemberg. Like, it doesn't make sense. Please make a good decision for our community.
Thank you.
I'm G. Phillips, 1736 North Desert Willow Street. If you have a traffic study that says it's okay to dumb it down, why don't we try that? Just set up roadblocks out there, block off 2 lanes or whatever you want to do. Let us see how it's going to work that way. Let you see how it's going to work that way. I don't think it's going to work. I'm against the three lanes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Benedetto, 815 West Saguaro Street. Shutting down Florence Boulevard to 3 lanes, that's a bad thing. It's a disservice to our residences, a disservice to our businesses along Florence Boulevard. The traffic would just stand still. You need 2 or 3 stoplights to get through one stoplight. If you want an example, whenever they're doing work on Florence Boulevard and shut down 1 lane, drive through there and see how long it takes you to get through there.
Okay.
3 lanes is a bad deal. I wouldn't do it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting past my bedtime. I'm Dallas Giddens, 1204 East Lowell Drive. I own a business here in town on Florence Boulevard. I've watched it grow. Love my community, don't get me wrong. Don't love downtown. Never have. Been there maybe in my lifetime. I've been here since 1989. I've never seen really what I would call an improvement in downtown. They've done all the roads in there while they've ignored the rest of Florence Boulevard. I love the concept of being able to have a wider corridor down into our community. I love the fact that we could have more bike lanes, but I have an advantage of being right on Potawatomi, right by the Lowe's, right across from. I watched this last week, a 5-car pileup because people don't pay attention. We have a median there. I've watched when they came in. I watched cars go over the median. I watched emergency traffic get backed up and have to go down the wrong lane to get to the hospital, because we have medians. I've watched medians in Chandler, Gilbert, and I'll go in and come down because of those problems. I honestly think that the concept of widening is going to take, in front of my store, they're talking about taking a pretty major chunk in front of my store and across the street for a bus stop from the last time we looked at it. I've already got a drainage ditch in front of mine that the city required me to have. So I'm going to lose even more property, and it's already contained. Fortunately, I bought property behind me so I can expand. But the downtown, I've driven there a lot of times. It's going to be congested no matter how we want to do it. Y'all are going to decide what we're going to do. I like the idea of having some turn lanes and some bike lanes. I watch people ride on their bikes and their motorized bicycles on Florence Boulevard, on the sidewalks all the time, running people off that are walking. That's unfortunate. People in wheelchairs are on there. People don't pay attention. And then I watch people on bicycles that run on the traffic with that and cut in and out of traffic. And like Julie was talking just a minute ago, you have to watch them because they don't stop. when you've got a turn lane. You know they're on this side, so you have to stop and watch them. They're not paying attention. They don't follow the rules like we have to. And this is going to also cause problems on McMurray and Cottonwood. If you've ever gone to Cottonwood during school time, it is a nightmare from Colorado to Treckle Road, both directions. So that's going to cause congestions because people are already starting to do that right now because it's already congested on Florence Boulevard. I know when we built our building in 1995, we did a traffic study and they said 25,000 cars. I think we're there right now. So I honestly think we need to look at it. I like the idea coming from the interstate because that's the entrance and that's the eyes of our community. And our community needs to have that look of growth and going ahead of the game. We need to bring those people in because with our beautification, people will come and stay with us permanently, like I did. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Short one, sorry. My name's Lynn Cook. I live at 1361 East Jordan Drive, Casa Grande. Some of my concerns were, I'm not sure where all this reclaimed storm water's coming from. It doesn't rain here like that. Number two, you go from 4 lanes to 2, it's a bottleneck no matter what. Okay? And if you take it 2 lanes, with all our regrowth going in, we're going to have more traffic. So there may be a chance that later on you're going to have to widen that road again. Keeping it at 5 lane, whatever that plan is, makes a lot more sense. And the other things, all those businesses that are in that small half-mile area, who's going to pay for their redo of their frontage? Is that going to be them, or is the city or the planner or whoever? Is that who's going to pay for that? So that's another expense for those people. And your pictures are pretty. I don't see that many bikes driving around. I don't know why you need an 8 or 10-foot sidewalk. Anyway, those businesses on that small area, they all have their own parking areas. I don't think you need street parking. And if somebody's going to park and you have 1 lane and someone's parallel parking, now I don't parallel park, I'm really crappy at it, but I can just imagine people in, out, and holding up traffic that's going while they're trying to parallel park. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Chairman Benedict, Commission members, city staff, and fellow citizens. I am Corrine Henderson, and I live at 1343 East Kingman Place in Casa Grande. Thank you for giving me time tonight to speak about the Florence Boulevard project. While contemplating the corridor that's anchored by Florence, remember the image goal that the strategic plan warrants. The design concept report is written in accordance with achieving this goal and honoring the general plan importance. Configuring streetscapes for multimodal transportation with sidewalks and bike lanes and southwest vegetation, maintaining residents and tourists as part of the calculation will certainly impact the downtown revitalization. We need to improve traffic, retail, parking, and dining. These 4 enhancements merit priority designing. And though there may have to be some minor refining, this concept report has progress and our future aligning. The downtown zone, an identified puzzle. We'll assess lanes later for fewer traffic struggles. But please keep both 5 and 3 lanes in the concept. Then one option is double. I've studied and digested the design concept report, and I'm here to tell you that although my remarks were not short, this project for Florence has my solid support. I hope each of you will agree to forward a recommendation to City Council to approve the design concept report and proceed with this project. Thanks for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
I'm Lou Berber, 1641 North Cadota Avenue here in Casa Grande. First, I'd like to just bring up a few points. On Paul's presentation that he did, he pointed out some things that I thought were rather biased, such as pointing to a Facebook group called Casa Grande Info and Perspectives, which is highly supportive of the 3-lane rendition, I suppose. While we have many other groups, including CG Chat, that has over 55,000 members, none of them were mentioned, none of their percentages or numbers. So I found that presentation somewhat biased. One thing is, I saw renditions of the 3-lane presentation that took land from businesses on the southern side of Florence Boulevard, but I see nothing on the north side. So how much of the city hall is going to be taken up by that? I didn't see any of that. What I did notice is that all of that block where the Summers have their businesses and many other businesses, there goes all their parking, all of it. You know, and that is a concern for me. As a fellow business owner, and I support those businesses as well. When we do make that modeling available for the citizenry, I would like details of how that modeling was achieved, such as what resources were used. I'd like everything, every piece of information. Were there engineers involved? Was the citizenry involved? Who all was involved in that modeling? And so, in closing, this is not a good idea for us in reducing the 3 lanes. It is not. Yes, we are growing, and that is going to become even more congested as we grow. If we really want to revitalize downtown, hey, let's start on 2nd Street. Let's do 2nd Street, Sackatone, Florence Street, Marshall, all the way down to the tracks. I think they would like some beautification, and let's leave our Florence Boulevard alone for now. At least by the time, if it started out on the east side, by the time it gets to this section, I will probably be dead. But I will have, in closing, children and grandchildren that will call this home. And that's not what I want for them. Thank you.
Anyway, the other thing I was going to say was, now she made me forget what I was. I would rather see them do off of Pinal or wherever, some kind of a, I don't know how to do it because I'm not an engineer, but go down to Florence Street and make that like your destination, not Florence Boulevard, but Florence Street. It's a much nicer place. I'd walk up and down it, make it so, I don't know, just more appetizing or appealing to people in that area. Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Bill Halverson. I live at 515 Brown. I just don't see where that's going to work like that. I mean, I've been around town for a lot of times, and this just doesn't seem like a very good idea. If you want to get rid of some of the traffic, you need to put some side streets, like take Hennis and continue it south. Take some of this traffic off of Florence, because this is ridiculous the way the traffic is. Or everybody should drive up and down it 5 times during the day, and then they think about stuff different.
It's getting late.
Okay. Anybody else want to address this issue? All right. Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and bring it back to the commission.
Chairman, I have one more question for
Yes.
staff.
All right.
Paul, I noticed on one of the comment cards, you had someone from your downtown staff make a comment about the signage. That signage should say historic downtown Casa Grande, because we are nationally recognized as a historic community. Should those be changed on maybe the downtown side?
So we do have our historic downtown. I like to call it our boutique downtown. But many people, as they enter our Florence Boulevard corridor from like Pinal to Brown, they think of it as downtown as well, right? And so the idea is to kind of expand historic downtown into the Florence Boulevard corridor. And, you know, and to really make that connection. So, you know, those are semantics, you know. I mean, there are many historic buildings in that downtown segment. This is one of them, right? So whether we call it historic downtown or downtown, I think that's semantics.
We're not deciding tonight.
No.
Like, we're not deciding on the 3 versus 5 lanes tonight
That's right.
either.
Yeah, this is a concept report.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. You're welcome. I like that one.
Okay, commissioners, I think it's back to you.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Would you?
I would like to forward a recommendation to the city council on the adoption of the Florence Boulevard Concept Report. DCR, DSA-22-00266.
There it is. Yep.
There, no.
Nothing.
I would like to amend.
Yeah, can we amend it? Like,
Amend it?
yeah.
Can I please amend that motion? Is this how it
Absolutely.
works, Mark?
You
Well-
can make a motion to amend.
Right, so do you want to vote 2 or 3 times, or do you want to withdraw your motion and let her make it?
If you're not going to change the phasing, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, I was gonna
I'll
say.
withdraw my-
Are you, I mean, are you, and you can keep your motion in place, that's
No,
fine.
No,
I suspect she's going to add the suggestion
and
to change
and I
that.
agree with her, so
So-
I'm gonna rescind my motion
Okay.
and hand it over
Or
to.
you could just
Yeah.
say the phasing in your motion. No, okay, never mind.
Go ahead.
He's done what he wants to do, so.
Let me pull it back up. Where were we? All right. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we
Okay.
consider forwarding a recommendation to City Council for the adoption of the Florence DCR DSA 22-00266 with the condition that the implementation of the downtown be the first phase of the project.
Okay,
I second that.
Yeah.
Yep.
okay. Mark, is that a term okay? To be a condition for, I guess it's a condition for our recommendation, so that's fine.
Yeah, or you can call it a recommendation to switch either way,
You're all right,
Either
you're
works.
all right with that wording, we're good, we'll move on then. Okay, have a motion and a second, any discussion on the motion? Not sure I agree.
We beat this to death already.
We have beat this to death. Particularly for a preliminary report, that's pretty.
Chairman Benedict,
Yes,
I would probably just recommend, instead of saying condition, say a recommendation to make the downtown first.
Okay.
So approve it with a recommendation.
all right.
We
You
do,
okay with
yeah,
change that?
absolutely,
Change that?
yes.
Are you okay, second?
Yes.
For the second list, very good. Okay, so we've replaced replaced condition with recommendation. Okay? Is that clear? Clear as mud?
Clear.
Clear.
Particularly for middle of the night? All right, we good? Okay,
Let's
please
vote.
call the roll.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Alderette?
Aye.
Member Vanderhayden?
Yes.
Member Hubbard?
Yes.
Member Peters?
Aye.
Vice Chair Garza?
Aye.
Chairman Benedict?
Yes.
Good job.
Okay. Really? Paul, is this you? Paul, is this next thing you?
What? We're ready.
I wouldn't say I was ready, but.
Back door. What are we doing there, Sam? No, we're doing my item. Not doing Zoom.
Thanks.
Nope, this is what we're doing right here.
Good enough.
We have another hour.
Yeah, no, we need to.
We do, don't we? Did anybody bring food?
You want me to start, Mr. Chair?
I think you can start, sir.
Okay. So, I've been working
Just thought about
for a little bit on some zoning code text amendments and I have them about 95% done, but I wanted to present them to you tonight to get some of your input before I put the final touches and bring them back to your April meeting for a recommendation to City Council. And I'm not going to go through all the details, but I just want to give you a sense of what we're doing and just hit the highlighted areas where I think I would like to get your input. So, what I've done here is I've written a brand-new chapter to the zoning code called Citizen Review Process. We're going to talk about that a little bit. Formalizes how we take citizen input. Revised Chapter 17.68, which is all of our administrative procedures on how we process various applications. And I've tweaked some of the conditional uses in our commercial and industrial zones and tweaked some of the permitted and conditional uses in our residential, business, and industrial zones. None of this is really what I'm going to call significant changes, but all the changes should improve the processes. So give me a second here, see if I get this to work. Beautiful. So whenever I'm writing new code regulations, I keep in mind what I'm trying to do. And in this case, I was trying to enhance public engagement, trying to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our development review process, achieve a code that's concise, easily understood, and internally consistent, and improve customer service. What I'm gonna review with you tonight and those code changes that I've written, I think do a pretty good job of implementing all of these objectives. So, citizen review process. So, today in our code, we have processes for public notification, if you will, public engagement, and they're associated with like the zone changes and major site plans and conditional uses. But each one of those sections just sort of talk about what the public engagement looks like associated with that application. What I've done is taken all of that out of those sections, put it in one section called citizen review process. So whenever in our code we talk about, here's the public notification process with whatever application we're talking about, it's just going to refer back to this chapter, okay? So we're not going to duplicate the language like we do today, so we're going to make it more concise. What it does, it formalizes and expands the public notice process to include community-wide meetings, neighborhood meetings, mailed notices to owners of surrounding properties, city website posting, site posting, and newspaper notices. But what do we really do? So what we really did is we said, look, at our pre-application process, we may, and we have pre-application meetings, and sometimes they involve neighborhood meetings at the pre-app before even anything's submitted. But it says the planner gets to make the optional call whether or not to hold a neighborhood meeting, send notices, any kind of public engagement at the pre-app stage, right? Because some things don't need notice at pre-app, but some do, right? Some, it's beneficial. I'm going to digress for just 1 second here and tell you that the fundamental premise here is that including citizen engagement, stakeholder, citizen input into the development review process makes things work better, right? It improves the process, it improves the product. So we believe it's a good thing. We think it's a good thing to listen to what the public has to say about development applications, for applicants to hear it, for the city staff to hear it, and to take it to heart and try to address those issues and concerns in the actual design of the project. Internal review. Internal review means you submit an application to my staff and we start reviewing it, right? Well, it's at the same time that all the various city departments are reviewing the application, it's going to be mandatory to send notices to surrounding property owners that we are internally reviewing an application, and tell us if you have any concerns, questions, or input, right? It's mandatory. Now, tonight, you heard 2 applications where that did not occur. That did not occur on Sam's medical office building. He noticed it at the public hearing stage, and it did not occur on James's self-storage, right? Now, if we had done that, and we had heard those neighborhood concerns at internal review, it would have given staff an opportunity to meet with those concerned neighbors, maybe set a meeting with the neighbors and the applicant to talk about what the issues are and what the solutions to addressing those issues are. What we don't want to do, what we don't believe, is we don't believe that your public hearing is the best time to hear neighborhood concerns, all right? It's not the best time to try to find solutions to their concerns, for you to negotiate at your dais on what to do. You did it tonight, and you did it well by making bigger trees, right? And those will help, right? Realistically, they will help. But really, that's the kind of thing that really should happen at a staff level before we even get it to you. So we're going to formalize and make it mandatory that we send notices to surrounding property owners at the internal review. Today, it's kind of optional. We're going to make it mandatory. Obviously, we always do notice at public hearings. That's not changing. What we really change is the pre-public hearing stuff. And I'm going to tell you that the things I'm telling you tonight about these codes is this particular code has been vetted by the city attorney's office, but the other codes I'm going to talk about, Mark just got the copies this evening, so he hasn't. So he may tell me that I can't do some of the things I'm going to talk to you about tonight eventually, but I don't think so.
I think we should vote to approve them tonight.
Sorry, excuse me for interrupting. Please continue, Paul.
On our mail notices, we're increasing the minimum distance to notify to 300 feet. Today, our code says 200 feet. By practice, a lot of times we do 300, but this makes 300 the minimum. But even beyond that, it talks about that staff might increase the distance to 500 to 1,000, whatever is appropriate, when deemed necessary for those developments that have a high potential for adverse impact upon surrounding properties. I'm going to give you an example of where that actually was done this evening. James actually did it, and it was on the assisted living facility at the end of Crystal. James notified people normally 300 feet around, but he went all the way down Crystal. He said, all these people are going to see the traffic coming to that facility. I'm going to notify everyone on Crystal. That was a good call. That's exactly what this says we should be doing, right? It just formalizes it in the code to say the staff has the authority to do that. There is some discretion on when we do it, how far we do it, but it formalizes.
Your meeting will automatically end in a few moments. Please press any key to continue the meeting.
What are we doing there, Sam? Okay. All right. So.
Did you hear that? It's going to end.
I heard that. Can you give me a slide down? It's not moving here for some reason. Let's see. Is it moving? Hang on. Oh, hang on. Is it not moving? Let's see.
Your meeting will automatically end in a few moments. Please press any key to continue the meeting.
As soon as it lets me talk, I'll keep on going. So, sign posting, we did modify the size and codify the size of posting for zoning cases. Big signs, 4x8 for zoning, got to be able to see it.
Your meeting will automatically end in a few moments. Please press any key to continue the meeting.
Sam, I think you have to leave because you're the only
What do you have to
participant.
do there, Sam? Can you just,
Goodbye.
all right. Good night. All right, so, thanks, Sam. No problem. So for zoning, 4x8 signs, for all other applications, 4x4 signs, okay? So we're standardizing the signs. Just so you know, we did have some zoning applications where we did smaller ones, and there was some criticism, and rightly so. So we're gonna make sure that we get the zoning signs, the rezoning signs, large. This is what our application of notice and review looks like. Then we mail it out, you know, we give people kind of good information. We try to give good information on what we're considering, you know, where it is. James even does a QR code over here where you can access it and get more information. We give information on the project contact, who the planner is, so you can reach out and get more information. We really are trying to solicit public input into projects. So again, this will go out with every application that we receive. So that's it. Now, before I move on, are there any comments about the public comment part, the citizen review process chapter? Are we on the right track? Do you want us to do more, do less?
No, I like it.
I like it too.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. It's funny, is yesterday at the mayor's state of the city, I learned that we're kicking off a engage Casa Grande process, right? To encourage citizen engagement with city, you know, with all parts of the city. So this fits in perfectly with that. So that was great. I didn't know we were doing that, but I'm happy when I'm on the same wavelength. Okay, let's talk the changes to administrative procedures. And so major site plan. So for major site plan, the new code says you have to do a major site plan if you're going to build 3 or more dwellings on a lot. The change there is today it says 4 or more, so it says 3, but the code also says that you don't do a major site plan if you're doing a single family or a duplex, but we have no idea what you do if you do a triplex, okay? It's a hole in the system, so we're closing the hole. If you do a triplex, you're doing a major site plan, okay? All right. For non-residential, major site plan is new construction of 15,000 square feet on a lot or parcel. So you're doing a major site plan if you're doing 15. Any site plan not meeting the criteria for major is to be classified as a minor. Minor site plans are subject to the same development standards as major site plans, except they can be reviewed and approved administratively. Code goes on to say, even though we're reviewing them administratively, if they get too complex, too controversial, staff can say, we're punting to planning commission. We feel this needs a full hearing by planning commission. And it goes on to say that the administrative decision of staff can be appealed to planning commission. So what's the change here? Tonight, the medical office that you saw was a major site plan. This says it could be a minor site plan and done administratively. You wouldn't have even seen it. We wouldn't have scheduled that building, 8,000 square feet, for your consideration. We would only schedule major site plans for you that are 15,000 square feet or larger. So, I'm gonna ask you if you're comfortable with that. Now,
Well, that's
Here we
where-
go.
yeah.
Okay, now-
Is the public process still in place for a minor site?
it
plan?
is, it's the same exact public process except for the public hearing. And all the development standards are the same. And then the next question on that would be on the appeal. Do you want the appeal to just be by the applicant, right? It's not happy? Or can the appeal be by anyone who has standing, right? Any impacted property owner, an adjacent property owner. Staff approves it, they don't like it, can they file the appeal? That occurs in conditional use permits today, and it can occur here. Today, our major site plans and our minor site plans can only be appealed by the applicant. So do you want to expand the appeal rights to disgruntled adjoining property owners? Kind of
Whole
thing.
new can of worms.
That is a whole new can of worms.
Well,
So those are two kind of policy questions.
yeah, but I think, so I guess in the appeal, it's, if somebody appeals, then we're going through the same process that we go through
Today,
today.
that's right.
Right.
Yep.
So I don't think we're overburdening anybody depending on what it takes to make the appeal.
Right.
Right? I mean.
So I could tell you what the code
It just
says
seems
to make
like
the
it's not gonna
appeal.
be that much, it's not gonna be a lot, it's not gonna be substantially more work for us or for staff. They've gotta do, I'm assuming that we're gonna have to do a similar review to approve it administratively.
No, but they could approve it though, without it coming to us. though.
Right, but if somebody objected,
It's gonna come to us.
then it comes to us, like it would have if we didn't make this change.
Yeah, but don't you think it would be multiplied by a lot? One person, all of a sudden doesn't like what's going on over there, and they're within, 300 feet or something like that.
But I think right now, we would hear it anyways.
We would hear it anyway.
Yeah.
True.
So let me just tell you how the conditional use appeal is written. And if we do this, we probably would structure it like the existing conditional use. And here's what it says. It says, an appeal can be made by the applicant or any person, firm, corporation, group, or association owning real property within 300 feet of the property subject to the conditional use. That's a change for that lawsuit, Mark. Who are aggrieved or affected by the decision, okay? And then it goes on to say, the appeal shall specifically state the grounds wherein where the staff failed to conform to the requirements of these regulations, appellate has otherwise been aggrieved or affected by the actions. So they have to have a basis for the appeal, right? It's got to be a legitimate basis that the decision was an error because, or they were adversely impacted by the decision, but it could be the applicant or basically anyone within 300 feet of the site could file the appeal of the staff decision to approve the minor site plan. And it would come to planning commission.
And we would see it in new business, or we would see it as a separate?
No, you'd see it as new business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's fine then.
I feel like it's a way to, we know what you're processing, the public should be happy with, right?
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're good with it.
the reason we want to push it down to the administrative level is, A, they're typically are on consent, they're not, or they could be, right? B, it's faster, right? They don't have to wait to get scheduled for this hearing. It's less staff work. We don't have to write a staff report. We don't have to do minutes, right? So it's less staff time. It's more efficient for us to do it. So there's benefits, but the downside can be you want to give people the opportunity to have you hear a project if they don't agree with staff's decision.
It feels a little like a large building to just, you know.
Over 15,000 square feet?
Yeah, is that okay? We feel good about that? Everybody's good? Okay.
So,
Good.
and look, I mean, there's nothing, I mean, you could do any size building you wanted under this, right? I'm going to tell you that the prior city I worked for, every major site plan was reviewed at staff level unless it was associated with a zone change or a conditional use, regardless of the size. So it works. As long as you have a good public process, a notification process, where you're notifying people and you're engaging, right? I mean,
Putting all the faith in you.
yes. It could be 5,000 square feet, it could be 10, it could be 15, it could be 50, right? Now, I'm telling you 15 because that's in the code today, and I'll tell you where it's in the code today. The code says this. It's weird, but it says, any addition of up to 15,000 square feet of floor area can be a minor site plan. It says that. It's like, oh, can already be a minor. Minors are done administratively. But then it goes on to say in another section, but any new construction of a building on any lot is a major. So it's like, okay, what do I really have here? So what we do in practice is, if you have a building and you're adding a second building or you're adding an addition, it's under 15,000, we do it as a minor. If it's a vacant lot and you're adding a building of any size, it's a major, which is why Sam scheduled the medical office as a major this evening, right? But if that medical office had existed and they wanted to do another medical office right next door to it, 15,000, we would have done it as a minor. It doesn't make any sense. I get it. It's not logical. That's why I wanted to make the code change, to clarify that. Now, look, if it's 15,000 and you get a lot of appeals and it's just not working, you can revise the code to pull it back, right? Okay, so I'll leave it like it is for now. The associated decision on this is your decisions on major site plans. When you make a decision on a major, the only person who can appeal your decision to council is the applicant. Do you want to broaden it to say that it's the applicant or any party aggrieved who owns property within 300 feet of the development site can also file an appeal of your decision to city council on a major site plan?
Chair, can I?
Yes, please.
I think keeping it as only the applicant is the best way forward, mainly for the fact when we're reviewing major site plans, there's pretty strict criteria as to what they have to meet. And so if they aren't meeting that, then our decision up here is pretty simple to make. And so if they are meeting that and we make the right decision, but it becomes appealed by not the applicant, but somebody else, that appeal will stretch on a project that may be not needed, but then it also opens it up for potential issues further down the line that I don't want to say would allow for somebody like an applicant who maybe feels that a decision was made wrongly and that they meet all the criteria, and because of that, they decide that they will have a lawsuit against the city because of that. That would be my concern if we start opening it up to anybody couldn't appeal, and how does that bog down the process, and what does that end up doing in the future? If, obviously all of us here are on terms, council members, mayors on terms, so these people will change out over time. Somebody who may not have that same thought, and they may make decisions that go against what we know to be true as far as determining whether a major site plan should be approved or not. That's just my concern.
Yeah, and I think that's fine, because the reason for the other appeal is because we don't see it at all.
Right.
Right? So we don't have it, we don't know what's happening in the background.
That's right.
At least with the major site plan, there's a hearing, we know,
Okay.
Yeah.
So unless there's any dissent, I'll leave the major site plan appeal like it is today, only by the applicant, who has the right to ask for a council. It's an appeal or a review of your decision. I can't remember which it is, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I guess I struggle with the definition of aggrieved.
Obviously.
It makes me mad, okay, well.
I know. But
Is that
it's
aggrieved?
subjective. It is subjective.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that's why.
Okay.
I'll shut up.
We'll leave it
Continue,
alone.
Please.
I'll leave it alone. I understand. Okay, so, Sam, I got it. See, this is going down. Hang on, see if this works. Beautiful. Speaking of a review criteria, okay, we did change one of the review criteria that kind of doesn't make any sense to just reword it to say, look, the plan has got to be found compatible with the surrounding land uses. Kind of a simple, logical review criteria that you should be applying, right? Is it compatible? Not only does it meet all the rules, we heard tonight it met all the rules for the self-storage building, but was it compatible? That was a compatibility argument the neighbor was making, right? And so you did things to try to make it more compatible, right? You could have reduced the height of the building to make it more compatible. I mean, you have the authority to do those kinds of things within this compatibility review criteria. It's a little more discretionary, if you will. But it's a good criteria used in thousands of cities throughout the U.S., I guarantee you, is a review criteria. Garrett can back me up on that.
Yes.
Okay, we already talked about the appeal process, so we're not going to talk about that anymore. Duration. Today, once a major site plan's approved, it's good for 1 year. I'm going to tell you that about maybe half, if we're lucky, of the major site plans that are approved go to building permit with 1 year, right? It's just too short of a period of time, right? It needs to be longer. So this says we're going to make it valid for 3 years, give them 3 years to apply for a building permit, with a 1 year extension that could be granted by the planning director with a finding of good cause. You got a good argument for why you can't get it done in 3 years. Site plans with multiple buildings, you might have an apartment complex or industrial complex or whatever with multiple buildings, it extends it out to 5 years. If the building permit is not issued prior to the expiration, new site plan approval is required. So I don't have any concerns with these kinds of timeframes. These are timeframes that I've used in other communities. 1 year is kind of way too short for someone to get a plan and then get the financing in place and all the other things that need for construction. So are you okay with this?
We've seen a lot of that, too. Right?
Pardon?
We've seen a lot of that, where they go through the approval process and then
Come
you
back.
don't see nothing.
Don't see anything, right? Or sometimes you don't see it behind the scenes, but their plan expired and we have to have a process to reapprove it.
Right.
So we use the minor amendment process where myself and the chair kind of reauthorizes it for another year because nothing's changed. But it's just a waste of time, right?
Yeah, but they do have extenuating circumstances on what's holding them up.
Yes,
at
they might.
times. Valid reasons,
Right.
too, so.
The downside for this is if you approve it and then you change a code, a development standard, then their approval is still grandfathered under the old development standard for 3 years, right? I don't get to say, oh, your approval's no good because your development standard changed, right? That's the downside. But I think that's a slight risk. I don't think that's a big risk. Any thoughts on this idea?
I think that's fine. I think, what are subdivision residential timeframes?
In terms of what?
The expiration.
They don't expire once they're recorded.
Oh, wow. See, those are the ones
never-
that concern me. These.
Final
commercial
plats,
develop-
final plats never expire, once they're recorded.
Those are the ones where the dynamics of the transportation piece can
Right.
change
Yes.
throughout the
Right.
years that they're encumbered.
Yeah.
That's
Preliminary plats expire, but not final plats.
Okay.
Once they're recorded, they're locked in.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll move forward with this. Again, you guys will see the actual code and have an opportunity to modify it. I just want to get you up to speed. Okay, so in the code today, like in the B2 code, let's say in B2, it says auto repair is allowed as a conditional use. And then it might say auto repair is allowed in the B3 as conditional use. But they repeat the standards for that auto repair in each of those zone districts. So every one of these conditional uses you see that are all allowed, I'm not changing necessarily where they're allowed, but I'm taking the standards for that conditional use and just moving them to one location, right? And say that auto repair is allowed in the B1 subject to the development standards in X section of code. So I'm just referring the reader to one section of code where they can find the standards. So they're just all in one place. The one thing that is a change is convenience food with drive-through. So what I've done is I'm recommending that a convenience food store with drive-through is a conditional use, but a convenience food without drive-through is not. It's a permitted use. So what's the difference? What's a convenience food? Here's a convenience food: Subway, ice cream store, Chipotle, Papa Murphy's. All of those are convenience food by definition and need conditional uses from you, right? You've seen them, right? Barrio's Pizza, right? Every one of those is a convenience food. There's no reason why they shouldn't just be permitted uses. They're just restaurants that serve food a little differently. The kind of restaurant that has impact, potentially has impact, are ones with drive-throughs, right? Starbucks, Dutch Brothers, Burger King, right? So those who drive through would continue to be conditional uses, but convenience food that don't have drive-through, just because they're what we call quick serve in the business today, right? Where you walk up to a counter, you order your food, you get the end, you get it, and you go sit down and eat it, but you might take it out, right? But you're not driving through. I'm proposing that those convenience food be made permitted uses, and the only conditional uses are the ones with drive-throughs. Are you fundamentally okay with that concept? Okay, good. See, we're making some enhancements here, right? All right. Here's a few other things we're going to recommend to do. Model homes. Model home complexes today, which again you see as conditional uses, and you have to have a hearing on them because you can't put them on consent because they're a conditional use, right? They're also in the code as a temporary use. I don't know. One section of code says it can do them as a temporary use administratively, and one says it's a conditional use. So it's like, take them out as conditional use. They're a piece of cake. They're just like new single-family homes that are being built with a temporary parking lot and some porta potties. And so there's no reason why we can't just do those administratively as a temporary use. Don't need to waste your time. Schools. State law has changed to say schools and public and charter schools are totally exempt from local zoning. That's state law today. So our code, though, says, oh, no, got to have conditional use. So there's a conflict between our code and state law. Our attorneys are going to look at that to make sure we should be taking them out, but my thinking is let's not conflict with state law. Let's align ourselves. So, because the public could be like, oh, I got the right for a hearing on a conditional use for this charter school. No, state law says you don't, right? Okay. Home occupations, that's real technical. It just says, the code says they're permitted accessory uses, which is true, but they're subject to standards. Like these are home-based businesses, which are allowed with limited standards, and you need a home occupation permit. Delete church and replace with a religious institution. Just trying to expand in our residential zones that it's not just a church. It could be a church, it could be a synagogue, it could be a temple, it Could be, any kind of recognized religious institution, not just a church. So just kind of redefining that language. Now, we are proposing to remove churches, it's actually religious institutions now, as conditional uses and allow them as permitted uses in all those zone districts. And the reason we're recommending that is there's a law and Supreme Court rulings, it's called a RLUIPA, Religious Land Use Institutions Persons Act or whatever. But anyway, basically says this, hey, you can't treat a church different from other assembly-type uses that you allowed in your zone district. So if we allow a movie theater in the B2 or the B3, as a permitted use, we can't say a church is a conditional, right? They're both assembly uses. Got to treat them equally. Just neutralizing that, coming in conformance with RLUIPA and the Supreme Court cases to say they're permitted uses with when there's an equivalent assembly use in the same zone. We just talked about convenience food restaurant with no drive-through. We don't have to cover that again. Another one's a technical one where it says restaurant of not more than 3,500, a small restaurant, excluding convenience food, is allowed in certain zone districts, so just going to delete the excluding convenience food. Commercial recreation, we've kind of broken out into two categories. Commercial recreation with outside activity, that might be, let's say, Topgolf, mini golf, right? And could be even outdoor soccer. We had outdoor soccer, right? The other day. That's commercial recreation with outside activity. That continues to be a conditional use. But if it's indoor, batting cages indoors, could be axe throwing, right? We have one of those. Those can be indoor recreation, which are permitted uses, because they don't really have impacts outside the four walls. And then lastly, to modify bowling alley as a permitted use within the B2 and B3, we have a bowling alley that had a roof problem. They're going to rebuild it. Happens to be in a B2 zone that doesn't even allow bowling alleys. So I can't even let them rebuild it there. This change will allow the bowling alley to be a permitted use in their zone district, which it should be, right? I don't know why it's an industrial zone is where they're allowed. So, but this kind of brings it up to reasonable current standards. You know what? That's it.
Oh my God.
Okay, so those are the main changes. The main changes that I'm going to bring to you at your next meeting. Any input, questions?
You caught
concerns?
us too late in the night. We are ready to.
Okay.
You should have had us vote on them, because we just done whatever.
But the professor and his team are lurking in.
Yes. So
Okay.
I was about to stop you. I don't think we can go another hour and a half.
They've waited all this
I know.
time.
We can,
Let's,
we can do it.
See, 30 minutes.
We can do it. Okay.
Yeah, get exactly the
Do you have
questions
snacks?
asked.
I've been outvoted, haven't I? Mark's over here laughing at me.
Okay, we'll be real quick.
Do you need to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, I'm gonna take a break. Director, if it's okay, we can read what.
Yes, I'm not going
Did
to.
the council go against us on anything?
No, not that
Okay, good, we're good. We
not
got the
that I know of.
developmental reports.
Yep.
Without it, any objections? We're adjourned. See you in 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, Sam, I fixed a lot of problems.
I feel bad. Make them sit through
I
a
know.
meeting.
Well, yeah.